They're all series of figures that connect one generation to the next. And this is the youngest generation. They're all holding hands, going back in time and space and ending up somewhere remote in time. Now, those holding hands symbolizes the genetic continuity, information of genetic information that's being passed on continuously through the different generations. Now, so let us say that this is the present and that's the past in this scheme of things. So when you think of it in the stick diagrams that we are often subjected to, so here's a tomato ancestor or a chili ancestor. This was a different version, I forgot to change it. That was the chili ancestor, and here's the chili descendant. Okay? So there's this long lineage, and remember that each of these passages through, passage of genetic information is governed by those processes that Dr. Tang described yesterday, so evocatively. So those are all happening there. We are not talking about them. We don't have to talk about them if you're not wanting to trace the particular process that generate a particular set of, or change a particular set of populations, right? So you could equally think of human ancestors and human descendants in exactly the same way. Okay, now, so the point about this exercise is to emphasize that if no population migrates anywhere, the ancestor or descendants or everywhere, the species will stay where it was evolved, where it evolved. Right? It has to have migrated. It has to migrate if you have to find it in different places. That's the point. Okay. Now, so species are continuous not only in time, but also in space. Right? And if there are discontinuities, it demands an explanation. You do not expect it to just happen that here's a species, there's a species, and you don't ask that question. It should not be. Okay, so species evolve, that is, they originate or arise, and they stay where they evolved. A species, of course, could occur on many continents, as we know, if there are no barriers to movement, and equally if they can migrate. If they have, if it's a plant, it has to have seeds that can be transmitted to different places. Animals have to be transported. They have to be able to migrate. Birds can fly, whatever the other small. So every organism has its own set of constraints that allow it to migrate or not, widely or not, far or not. So those are questions as well that you need to ask. So they can migrate. So let us think of human descendants and ancestors. Here, if you note that I've reversed it, so the past is here and the present is here. So let's say that humans evolved in Africa, which they did. Now they migrate because it was possible for them to migrate. They migrated because it was possible. It took a long time. They had to face many difficulties. It took a long time, but eventually they've covered the whole of Earth. Now, what if Africa had been a highly isolated island? Would we have covered the Earth in the way we did as fast as we did? We don't know, but it would have probably had taken time, as much time as it would take for people to know how to build large ships, which, as we know, took a long time, if the distances were very large. So if there are no barriers and no population migrates, the species, all ancestors and descendants will stay in the same place. But otherwise, they will spread as far as they can. So can two individuals of, can two species and individuals of the same species live on different continents? Yes, if some individuals migrated, just to underline that point. So let us now think of this in a somewhat different way. So let's say that long back there was a tomato-potato ancestor, which we know there was. Okay? They are the closest relatives of each other. At some point in time, they split into two populations, one of which becomes what is akin to the tomato, and the other which is akin to the potato. Okay? So what is that process of splitting called? Speciation. Okay. Now, So new species descend from an ancestor, common ancestor at the same time and space. So same rules apply to different species, right? You have different individuals of the same species have to have migrated. Two species that descend from a common ancestor also have to have migrated if they are separated in space and time. So if you can think, you can translate this to the human chimp ancestor, which there's a speciation event that, and over many, many millions of years and different kinds of changes, you eventually have the humans and chimps. So this, by the way, is evolutionary history. I mean, literally it is history. What happened when? Who did what? Who went where? Right? And now we'll just reverse this way we did the thing. So here's the past and that's the present. So here's the human chimp ancestor and here's the human and the chimp descendants. Now for some reason, mathematicians seem to prefer to draw their trees this way. Biologists want to look at it this way. It's not invariable, but it's often the case. So this branching diagram represents this splitting or speciation process, right? And this is what then generates what we are familiar with as a phylogenetic tree or an evolutionary tree or a cladogram. It's a graph, a way of depicting history. So if we start with it like that, then you have the human chimp ancestor. They split in two. So there was an ancestral species that gives two daughter species. These are just terms that are normally used through the process of speciation or formation of new species. So if that happens, each lineage can go on further to speciate or not within a certain time frame. And this is what generates the phylogenetic tree. And this is this is what the relationships mean. So it doesn't matter whether you draw the tree like this, or like that, at any angle. What is important is who shares an ancestor. That's how you read a tree. You read a tree from the tip to the node. Don't read it from left to right or top to bottom. Okay? So this simply means that these two species shared a more recent common ancestor than they do with this species. So these two are more closely related than they are to the species. That's how you read a tree. I mean, you may all be familiar with it, but often it helps to be reminded of this. Okay, and the one tree, I mean, there's one figure in Darwin's notebooks where you can see him thinking this through, right? What happens when there's a split in a population? You get this branching diagram, which he actually characterized as a tree. And in fact, the only figure in his book, The Origin of Species, is that of a phylogenetic tree. Yeah? So just keep that in mind. Okay, so many species can descend from one ancestor. We know there are multiple species of a single genus. They can migrate, but there may be barriers to migration, and therefore closely related species stay together. Does that make sense? They can't migrate too far. The different species have to tend to stay where they were evolved, and sometimes something may happen to take them across. So we are talking of different species now, not different individuals of the same species. So the person to whom we owe this thought is Alfred Wallace, who came up with this notion of biogeography, where you have, therefore, where you go to a particular place, like say in Australia, you have a certain set of plants and animals which are not generally found in other places. The plants and animals you find in this region of the country are often very different from what you might find of the world, or what you might find in the Northern Americas or in South America. And this is because of evolution. And in fact, just to underline the point that when we talk about how, Darwin and Wallace, of course, they came up with the mechanisms of evolution, but one of the things cluing in them to the idea that evolution happens to them and others is the fact of relatedness, that you have things that are related, more similar to each other than to this. What does it mean? What's the explanation? So they thought that this would be the most likely explanation. So each biogeographic region contains closely related groups of species which evolved from ultimately from a common ancestor. Each species group is different, and endemic species migrate very little at all, if they migrate at all. So let's just take one example of the eucalyptus. You're familiar with that tree? Have you seen it? Yes? You've seen it, probably if you've traveled across India, you would have seen it everywhere, right? But it is endemic to Australia. And it was introduced to India by the British, who wanted quick growing trees, and it's planted everywhere. And of course, you must have heard of all the ecological consequences, etc., but that's not what we are going to talk about here. The point is that there are endemic species, and they may or may not be able to migrate unless they are helped in this way, and very often by human beings. Okay? What about cultivated plants? So, have you heard of this person? Vavilov. He was a geneticist, and he lived in Soviet Russia, and he contributed in a major way to how we understand cultivated plants and where they originate from. Okay. He talked about, he found the same kinds of clusters of plants, wild relatives of cultivated plants, which occur in specific areas. Okay. And given that, he gave the notion that, you know, if you have the relatives of wheat widely distributed in this region, perhaps the domestication of wheat, humans first took the wheat from the wild and grew them the way they want, perhaps that domestication must have happened in that place, right? Because the wild species of that domesticated species, say wheat, occurs in those regions. So the most likely possibility is that humans domesticated the plant in that location. Does that make sense? Any question about that? Okay, so he came up with these centers of crop diversification, which are like biogeographic regions of wild relatives of a cultivated plant. Okay? So let's look at chilies. Back to chilies. It turns out there are a huge number of relatives of the chili species, right? And they all occur in South America. So that already sort of tells us, okay, that seems to make sense. Now, let's just take a little detour back to chili in India, right? It belongs to the family Solanaceae, genus Capsicum, Capsicum annuum. We can't believe that it's not indigenous to India, although it's been dinned into our heads enough times in recent past that may be so, but there are so many kinds of chilies. And after one talk I gave on this, somebody was absolutely unbelieving that those chilies in West Bhutan could have been were anything other than indigenous. Okay, and what can I say? But the science sort of leads there. But as well, there are cultural things as well. So this was a person, I'm sorry, I have this a bit in reverse, but okay. So he sings, and he visits the house where I live, okay? And he sings this song, which goes, Vahare Vahare Menasinakayi. Menasinakayi in Kannada is Molaha, that is chilies. Okay, so let us hear him sing this. And it was supposed to have been composed by Purandaradasa. Have you heard of Purandaradasa? Oh, I don't know. Ah. Can you hear it? Sort of. Okay, I forgot to do that. It's okay, you can come and listen to it later maybe, or should we? I tested. Anyway, it's mysterious because that means Purandaradasa, so long ago, he was singing about it. That means chili must be indigenous. Do you agree? No? Yes? No? Maybe? It's okay, let's not waste time on this. It's okay, it's fine. Let's not do it. I forgot to test this part. It's and it's not playing. Okay, it's not having the same because the video is not showing. So let's just go on to the next one. Anyway, so this is the point, right? That you have all kinds of pointers that suggest that uh, the chilies must be Indian. But coming back to the biological evidence, we know that these wild species of chilies, of capsicum, all are South American. Okay, so that's a very strong reason to think that the cultivated species of chilies came from South America. And in fact, people have done, okay, so capsicum, this is the natural distribution of capsicum, the genus, Southern America and Central America. And these are all the areas where it's been introduced, and mainly this is the chili pepper. So here are the different species of groups of chilies, of capsicums in these Americas. And when you do a phylogenetic analysis, then you find that there are these two species groups from which the chili was domesticated through a complicated series of selection, hybridization, and various processes, which we are not going to go into. Okay? But underlying every statement that we make about a crop having been domesticated in some place, there must be some such evidence that supports occurrence of species, more recently these kinds of phylogenetic analyses. And therefore we conclude that the wild relatives of chilies evolved in the Americas, because all of them, they basically go back to, you can reconstruct the distribution and see that they were American, and that they must have come to them. Now, the interesting thing about chilies is supposed to have been the fastest circumnavigating crop in the world. Within 50 years, it left the Americas and came back around into Philippines and so forth. It had reached there. So we have historical evidence as well to support this. All right. So we have evidence from all kinds of sources. And when we go back to the question of Purandaradasa, we know that Vasco da Gama came here in 1498. Purandaradasa was living from 1484 to 1564 in a region in Goa, near Bellary, where this singer was from. And therefore, it's very reasonable to think that he was very familiar with chilies, because as we know, it has circumnavigated the globe in 50 years. So no question in Karnataka and that part of India, it must have been very common by then. So he sings about, anyway, it's quite interesting to look at the translation of those lyrics. So let's look at something that's closer home, literally here, pepper. Okay. So belongs to the Piperaceae, and here's the distribution of the genus Piper. Now this is a conundrum. It's all over the world, Piper. So how do you even begin to make an argument about the pepper's domestication area? So, well, there are various things that you would, so Piper nigrum itself and its wild relatives actually all occur in Kerala. Now this maps are taken from Kew website, and they color the occurrence according to country, not sub-region within the country. But the point is that pepper and its wild relatives are indigenous to Kerala, Western Ghats more accurately. So the closest relatives are in the Western Ghats. The wild forms, you can find them in, and I've called it Kerala forests. You find the wild forms there. So we can infer, and there is phylogenetic evidence as well to confirm this, which I haven't shown, I'm not showing you, to show that these closest relatives are the closest, the wild relatives are the closest relatives to the pepper nigrum. And that therefore the domestication occurred in Kerala. Now the interesting thing about domesticated plants is that the domesticated plants, unlike the wild plants, have male and female flowers on the same plant, whereas wild pepper has male plants and female plants. And so you can imagine that the productivity of the fruit is not that high, because there has to be the pollination that happens across and finding the female plants to pollinate, fertilize, and make the fruit. So so perhaps the domestication process actually involved finding, there will be mutations that give rise to these kinds of variants, and so you find them, detect them, decide that that's what you want to grow, and you grow it and allow it to, provide you with forever. Okay. And so there's reliable seed. Now, there's also archaeological evidence which goes back we are not talking about archaeological evidence in Kerala or in India, within India, because there the evidence is biological. There's wild species, the close relatives, etc. Now, the oldest findings of in archaeology is the pepper that was stuck up the nose of Ramesses, the Egyptian pharaoh king. Now, it's supposed to have been part of the embalming process. How it got there, I still haven't been able to get a very concrete notion. There are arguments you could make in the 12th century. The Mesopotamian people were traveling all over the place. I mean, they were highly active so-called civilization. Things were happening. But how it went from Kerala to there, I don't know. But the way it is usually portrayed on the internet, by the way, and I think it's inaccurate, is that the Arabs were here that long back. I don't think that's true. But I don't have any evidence this way or that. So, the oldest references to, there's also archaeological evidence in Egypt, ports of Egypt in the 3rd century, where clearly it was a major product, because there are jars full of pepper found in these archaeological sites. Okay? And it's referred to in the Sangam literature, which we'll come to in a minute. Okay, so far the summary is, I mean, this is pretty much the science part of the talk. Okay, then we're going to illustrate it. So species evolve, they evolve at one time, at one place. Closely related species occur together, they live together, unless a species moves or is moved at a wide range of dates and times. Okay, so if you ask the question, which species are used by a particular set of people, okay, that will depend upon where they live. Why? Because closely related species live together, right? So you have to live close to those closely related species and where it was domesticated. Similarly, it depends on when they lived, because species can move or can be moved. So whether or not a species was available to you or your ancestors at some particular point in time depends as well on this factor. Okay, so let's reiterate this. And here specifically, you belong to Kerala because you're using this recipe and you're going to use these, yeah. So you go back to your ancestors' times, could you use today's recipe? Now, who are those ancestors? How far back do you want to go, right? And did they always live in Kerala? That's also a questionable thing, because it depends on which part of Kerala you come from as to where your remote ancestors are. So we'll take the simplest case. Okay, remember that this is just an illustrative example. It's not anything that is set in stone, that this is the only way. And also to have a caveat here, because we are neither of us historians or students of language, so if there's any errors, please do point out. We are willing to learn. So this broad area that is broadly defined as Tamilagam. Now, I realize that this is a politically very sensitive, potentially sensitive term. Maybe not for you in this audience, but certainly in Tamil Nadu, when I was giving this talk, someone suggested maybe you should lay off that term, don't use it. I'll explain that later if anybody is interested. I mean, but this is the broad area where the old Tamil-speaking people lived and operated. So that was Tamilagam. So it covers this whole southern region, parts of what you would call Karnataka, parts of Andhra up there. And let us just, which ancestors are we talking? So that's the place where they lived, and who were they? Now, this is really funny for me to find myself talking about history, because I used to hate history, because I couldn't keep neither the sequence nor the times in my head. So, well, here we are. And also, I grew up in northern India, so this was the only history I knew. I had a smattering, I've heard of the Cholas somewhere and all that, but we didn't learn any history. So I don't know how it is for this generation. But anyway, these are, let us say that you start, the earliest records that we can find are references to this group, the Pandyas, the Cheras, the Cholas. Then in Tamilagam, these were the people that were ruling. And then somewhere in the 6th, 8th centuries, you can say that the idea of Kerala comes into being with the divergence of the language. And at that time, there are various people in charge of this part of the country. You don't know, there are many, many And there's all kinds of interesting theories about why that is. But, and then you have the medieval Cheras. So there's an early Cheras and a medieval Cheras who come up, and they are pretty much dominant for a so long time. And then again they break up, and then there were the Samudri times, the Zamorin times. Okay, so those are periods that you could be thinking about. And we will take as a reference this 12th century and the early Chera times. Okay. Yeah, also here at the same time there are the Mauryas, the Kushan, the Guptas, etc. And then there's a breakup, and then of course after that the history is there. Now the Indus Valley civilization, I don't know why that should have been a 1. Indus Valley civilization was much prior to this, 30th to the 11th century. And if any of you have been following archaeological finds in some regions of near Madurai, Kiradi and so on, there's a lot of controversies attached to the dates there. But the earliest dates you can put on the Sangam, this is about the 3rd century. That's what everyone agrees to. Some people think it is 6th century BCE. Also, I just wanted to, in case you're not familiar with this terminology, so what used to be BC is now BCE, and what used to be AD is now CE. So current era and before current era. So the C represents of course centuries. Okay. So let's ask the question, could you have used today's recipes in Samudri's times? The answer is, for one ingredient at least, no, right? You couldn't have used chilies, which we've talked about. And I'll also add tomatoes. We'll just briefly think about tomatoes later. Okay, so what do we know? Why do we say that? It's because there's this set of ingredients: pepper, turmeric, ginger. Kodampuli is Garcinia, which is also called kokum in some parts, but probably not familiar to many people in the north, but probably northeast there are versions of Garcinia, which I don't know what they're called. So these are local to the Western Ghats. So we don't have to worry about finding them or where they went and all that. Same kinds of arguments that go into it. Now curry leaf is something that's actually, interestingly, it's native to the Sivalik region, hills, the southern part, I mean the lower reaches of the Himalaya. And somehow they've found their way down here, very early, because there are references to it very early in the Sangam literature. And we just established that chili is also American. So what about the other ingredients, right? So we told in the place, we are still talking about Kerala and at an earlier period of time. So how do we find out? And here it's just a sort of reminding you that this is a very, very long, complicated and difficult enterprise, and no one person can investigate these questions. So there's field work to look at the plants and various things, the taxonomy that has to be done, the phylogenetic analysis to understand systematic analysis, evolutionary biology to understand different aspects of it, archaeology to get concrete evidence if you can from different time periods, language and linguistic evidence to think about prehistoric, because for which you don't have records in documents, then can you not say anything about it? Directly history itself. So you're standing on shoulders of many, many giants who are known and unknown, and there is still much that's incompletely known. So we'll just look very briefly at some, okay, maybe not, okay, at some of the other ingredients: mustard, fenugreek, coriander, and tomato. These we know that they occur, where they come from. So mustard is something that's very simple, we're all familiar with, widespread in its distribution, the Brassica genus, and then distributed all over in the cultivated forms are distributed very widely. So there are two species of Brassica which we are talking about. Brassica rapa, whose wild distribution is as shown here. And Brassica, there's this hybrid of two Brassicas and another Brassica and a mutanda, which occurs in the Caucasus regions. These are the widely used mustard seeds that we use today. Now, how did they get to Kerala? That's the question. We have archaeological evidence for its antiquity, And we assume that, and this is all in the Indian Indus Valley civilization, okay? In Sindh and also in parts of the Ganga plains, which are not part of the Indus Valley, but go back to that. So those evidences are a little have been questioned by people because these seeds are very tiny, as you know. And can you imagine finding them in the archaeological find, in the remains, and then being able to identify them? The different species are very similar in their properties, the seeds, and so they're very difficult to distinguish. Okay, so we think that that's how far back we have been using them. So this is fenugreek, which is, has an interesting language component to it. It is methi. And Trigonella is distributed everywhere. Trigonella fenugreecum is here, Phenum greecum. Archaeological finds we have again in the Indus Valley period, in Gujarat and Baluchistan, and later during the Kushan period in Punjab, in Sangol. So there's apparently a continuity of uses of these things. Now these seeds, as you know, you've seen methi seeds, yes? So they have a very distinctive shape. So presumably their identification has been pretty well established. Okay, now language has some interesting patterns here. So the word methi is also got versions in Sanskrit, and the linguists say that it was derived from the Dravidian family of languages, from the word that we in Tamil Nadu and so on are familiar as Vendyam, Methi. Now, there's another word, Uluva, which apparently is the prevalent word in Kerala, in Malayalam. Where did that come from, and why? I don't know the answer to it, but perhaps people say it might have been derived from the Arabic al-halba. That is the way they derived Uluva. Now, it's still a mystery as to how did it supplant methi, the Vendyam, because interestingly, in Coimbatore area, apparently they use the word Uluva. So there is some continuity there, but this is a total mystery. It might indicate two introductions, maybe from the north and one from the Arab trading, but we don't know. Then there's coriander, for which there is, its distribution is in the Near East, West Asia, and so in Baluchistan, and may have been spread later by Persians. Now, again, the language is mysterious. So there are two names, Dhania and Kothmir. So in Tamil Nadu and Kerala and so on, it's used Kothmali, versions of Kothmir are used, Kothmali. Dhania is used, if used, it's used for the dry seed. Dhania is generally used in the northern parts, and in places like Maharashtra and Karnataka and so on, Dhania is apparently the dry seed, and Kothmir are the leaves. So mystery, I don't know the answer to that. But again, this kusbara is suggested as a source for the Kothmir word. So it's very I can only think that if we, in the southern parts, became familiar with Kothmir as a seed through the Arabic trade, then I don't know why that didn't spread into Tamil Nadu, because nobody uses, at least not apart from Coimbatore. So there are many, many questions. So as you can see, this enterprise has raised a lot of questions that I cannot answer, but just to suggest to you, there's lots of interesting questions there, if there are, these are the kinds of questions that interest you. So let's look at tomato. Tomato has a huge distribution, like Piper. It's everywhere, all over the world. I mean, not tomato, Solanum, the genus Solanum. And the species, the wild relatives of tomatoes evolved in South America. Okay, and that's where it was domesticated. Okay, these are the wild relatives, which, as you can see, are tiny. They don't become red on the plant. They are just green and very hard and so on, the diverse species. And there's one group of plants of these species, 4 species, that have red fruit and they become big. And it's from these that the Solanum lycopersicum was domesticated. And from that, and that group, right, this is how the phylogenetic relationships look when you reconstruct them. And this group was what was taken across the world. Okay, So tomatoes. Yeah, tomato, we also have historical evidence, right? Because it happened during our times. So in the 1680s, Philippines has an old record of tomato. In 1784, Jeffries is talking about you should be cultivating tomatoes because people used to think it was poisonous and they had to, push its cultivation. And by 1815, 1215, it had come to India, brought by the British, who had by then been convinced that it was not poisonous, I suppose. And it was cultivated widely in India, chiefly for the Europeans, is what is being said by Watt, who's a botanist. In Bengali, it was called the Vilayati Begun. In 1921, it's cultivated in Madras Presidency. And in the 1920s, and this is historical documentation from people in my family, somebody had written a letter to someone. So firstly in Palakkad, apparently it was called, it was called Seeme Takkali. So Seeme being foreign. So that means there was a Takkali here. We'll investigate that later, but I'm not going to talk about it. So it's called Seeme Takkali, foreign Takkali. Like the Bengalis wanted to call it the Vilayati Begun, the foreign Begun. And then we have a letter in the family where they say there was a new item in the market, which is called the tomato. That's in the 1920s, that late. Can you imagine life without tomatoes? So here's what we know so far. Okay? There are still some other ingredients about which I'll go very fast. I don't know, how much time do I have? 10 minutes. So tamarind. What's your guess? Where did it come from? Any guesses? Of course, I've said it there. Sorry, I forgot. It's West Africa. You would never have guessed it, right? Well, I didn't, at least for a long time. So we have some archaeological evidence of the wood in the Indus Valley, as far back as perhaps the 25th century CE. So how did it get there? Who brought it there? Were the original migrants? Sushruta mentions it, and there it's mentioned in all the Sangam literature. Now, we'll come back to that later. Coconut is another interesting thing. We think coconut has been there forever. Its origin is actually Southeast Asia, Pacific Islands, somewhere. So it comes here when? We don't have a clear idea. But here are some language related and some documented evidences. It is thought that around the 15th century BCE, the Austronesians, that is, they were the people who were, took boats and traveled across the world. You must have heard of them. Anyway, they were spreading all over the place. It's likely possible that they brought it into the Indian coast as well, but we don't have any knowledge or record of that. In the Sangam literature, it's called, and today in Tamil and Malayalam and Kannada, etc., it's called versions of Tennu, Teng, and it's called Tenkai, which means the fruit from the south. And that may indicate that it came from Lanka. And there are archaeological evidences, which I think I didn't note here, which suggest that the early cultivation of coconut might have happened in Lanka. But there are two kinds of coconuts. There's one kind that is spread all across the Pacific and into the Americas and so on, and then another kind of coconut that's in this part of Asia. So it's possible that there was a kind of coconut that was brought here and domesticated, and that's what we use. But there is the linguistic mystery as well. There's versions of Tengai in the Dravidian languages, but there is also Narikela in Sanskrit and Hindi, Nariyal. What the origin of that is, we don't actually know. But it's possible that the word Narikela was derived from some Austronesian word, combination of Austronesian words, but we don't know this. So there's lots of mysterious things. Then there's garlic and onion, which is Central Asian, both of them. They are mentioned very early in some of our literature. Very often I saying you shouldn't eat it, you shouldn't eat that. And some people have made arguments that because there's such a, it's such a bad thing to have that it's not mentioned in a cooking context, but in medicinal properties of garlic especially. Okay, so here are, we can, oh yeah, sorry. I think I will skip this because it's very interesting, but I think I don't have time. So here's a sort of collation of all that we can say about where the things came from and when they might have come into our regions. So by this count, actually all the ingredients that we have listed were available by the 3rd century, 1st century CE, 3rd century BCE, 1st century CE. So maybe it's a kind of a letdown that yes, you could have probably made your curry when you go back to the Chera times, also to the Samudri times, but you can't use tomatoes and chilies, green chilies. Yeah? So, oh yeah, so how did it come? We just take a digression here because this is also interesting. So humans migrate across the, world using these paths. In India, by the way, they probably just went along the coast because lots of dense forest along the way, so they settled along the coast and then make their inroads in there and eventually land up in Australia. In the 25th century and 15th century, so on, when these civilizations are just, after which these civilizations just come up, the Indus, the sea levels have gone down quite a bit because it's the maximum glaciation times. So the sea levels are low and a lot of land is exposed. That, by the way, is when people are migrating into the Americas around that time, right? So those are, so things could have come over land into India, okay. Within India, there is historical references using various terms where they talk about the Uttara Patha and the Dakshina Patha that they say, argue could date back to the 10th century BCE. And in the Tamil Nadu, Tamilagam area, there are all these roads that connect various, there are trade routes. And that date back to the 3rd century, possibly the 6th century, and so on. I'm not going to dwell on this. But anyway, overland was a definite possibility for many of these ingredients, and the sea as well was an important route. And how? There were all these traders that were involved in many exchanges through the times. So the Arabs, definitely in the later Chera times, in the medieval Chera times possibly, but we're not sure whether they were trading here. But we were trading locally in the Indus Valley period from Oman into the Gujarat and the Indus areas, and presumably along the coast as well. But that may not have been a large-scale trade. It may have just been diffusion of people, neighboring communities exchanging goods. So this then is our summary. So could you have made today's version of meen curry in early Chera times? Not if it must have tomatoes and chilies. What about in the Samudri times? Not if it must have tomatoes and chilies. But what if it needs garam masala? I'll leave you to think about it. Okay, thank you. Before I finish, I just wanted to acknowledge some sources, and if anyone's interested, here's a fantastic resource, the Sangam poems translated online. It's all available for people who want to delve into things like this, but there are some very interesting pieces. Of course, these are the different sources for the biological parts of the story, and Achaya and so on, and various people who helped me, including thanks to the Indian Academy of Sciences and ICER for inviting me. Thank you.
We'll have now a few questions. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. So, as we got to know, like chili and turmeric, which we used to think that it has originated from India.
Turmeric is Indian.
Okay, turmeric is India. So, I thought there are walnuts, like walnut, like it grows in Kashmir as well as in Chile. So, whereas originated from, and same for cashew. Cashew is Konkan. We know that it's Konkani cashew are best, but it also like it is also imported.
Cashew nuts are New World.
Okay.
They are not, they originated, they evolved in the New World, and they
Okay.
were brought by the Portuguese.
Okay.
So Konkan grows it,
Like.
but it's not indigenous.
And walnuts. Do you know
Walnuts
them?
are they are native to the northern
Okay.
Himalayan areas.
There is also like.
But what did you say about chili?
Like chili country, walnuts.
They may be growing it.
Okay, like
But-
the only difference is oil content and the taste.
Yeah,
Very minor
yeah,
difference.
That can happen. After all, we are growing wheat all over the place. We are growing rice everywhere.
And in raisins also there are many colors like black raisins, green raisins, like Indian raisins, so Afghanistan raisins. So where are raisins originated
Raisins are European, right? Grapes.
from? Okay,
Grapes.
yes, grapes.
So they are from Europe, and they have spread all over.
Okay,
We are very good at spreading things and taking over the world.
thank you, ma'am.
Did you want to add anything?
Thank you, ma'am, for this session. So I have a question that about the endemic species.
Where are you? Oh, okay.
So endemic species. So plants are an example for endemic species. Is it so?
Plants.
Is it like they
There are
can't migrate?
particular species are endemic, whether plants or animals or whatever. So an endemic species evolves in one place and stays there.
So my question was that like trees as an individual can't migrate, but the population can migrate if the conditions they
No. Individuals cannot migrate, but even how does the population migrate?
if the suppose the favorable conditions, the temperature changes, the
So
climate
you're saying
changes
slowly it spreads. How
Yeah.
does it spread one place to another?
by seeds going.
So seeds have to be dispersed. So that can happen regardless of whether a species is endemic or not. So what's your question about endemic species?
My question was like, trees populations can migrate even though the individuals can't migrate.
Yeah, definitely.
So how does that endemic species can't migrate?
So those will be very specific biological properties. You can say everyone makes seeds, why can't they migrate? But some seeds will be drop right there, they won't spread wide. So they may spread, they may grow and make populations, but they may not be able to spread out very far. Plus, if there is if there's an ecological zone within which a species is comfortable, it will germinate there, but if it falls somewhere outside of that, it won't grow there at all.
So what if the ecological zone migrates over time?
As is happening now with climate change, things, our speaker yesterday was talking about how those elderberries are flowering earlier and earlier. Why? Partly because of climate change, plus it will happen that they may grow lower and lower in altitude. So things will change. It can happen. So populations, that's how they can spread, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. So but point is that individuals may not move, but however there are plants, by the way, which can send out roots and stems and so on and spread that way.
I have a question, madam.
Yep.
In some places we call chai and the other places we call te or
Yeah.
tea.
So
why?
tea is overland, this thing. Chai is southern Shanghai area, I think they call it cha. And that comes via the water.
And these names are like spread across the world.
The
into
interesting thing is in Tamil Nadu they call it te. I
Yeah.
don't know why.
Yeah. Here also in Kerala, I mean, it's teila.
Te. So it's the same whatever it is. But then they also call it chai, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I switched it. Chai is the overland thing. Is that what I said? Anyway, chai is the overland thing and te is the seal.
Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for the great section. Ma'am, my doubt was the wild species, when domesticated, changes into much preferable ones. So, does that change occur abruptly or within gradual changes? And also, is that evolution more advantageous to us or to the species itself?
So you're saying the word species, or you're talking about just species change? I didn't understand the first part of your question.
Like the wild species.
Wild species. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, so it is under selection, artificial selection, that we are changing it, and we are changing it for our advantage. Although domesticated species which have been brought under cultivation do gain in the sense that their life is cushy now. They don't have to spend a lot of their energy making secondary metabolites that we need to poison other things and so on. So they just grow, make more seeds and so on. But that means they are dependent on human beings for their survival, which a lot of plants creatures are. I mean, a lot of our domesticated animals and plants have, if humans weren't there to look after them, they would disappear.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think there was a question here.
Yeah, there are no further questions. Let us once again thank
Okay.
Professor Geeta for excellent journey of history, geography, and food. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Mahesh. So let's gather together before around 11. So yeah, he's not around. Huh? Okay, so welcome everybody. So this is a panel discussion, and the way it's going to happen is the following way. So we are kind of keeping it very broad. Okay, so the themes, instead of just making a very brief theme, very pointed themes, because of this diverse audience as well as the diverse experts that you have here, it's good to have a broader theme with several aspects. So I just noted down a few aspects which could be part of this discussion, and I'll also tell you how the discussion is going to happen. The themes are broadly something like this. Essentially, you can say on overriding theme will be what it means to be a scientist. Okay, and as part of that, lots of things. There are many sub-themes. For example, you can ask whether science is a social activity. I mean, whether how we use our fellow scientists' results, techniques, and so on, how important it is. That's an obvious kind of question. And why is it important to maintain any kind of ethical guidelines? And is there a gender bias? These are certain aspects. So why should one be honest, and why should one have a, should we address this gender bias? And then there's dangers of compartmentalization. This is one of the things. Perhaps you attended several talks in which people mentioned they have a big team of researchers collaborating with them. So how important it is not to compartmentalize, things like that. So it's broad enough. And one more thing is, for example, many of you were asking questions yesterday. You have, if you do hands-on activities, you do experiments, and you are not so bothered about the theory behind it. Is it important to know the basics very well, or you just do hands-on activity? So I would deliberately put it a bit very roughly here, rather than very accurately. But what we will do is, maybe I'll moderate this panel discussion. I'll also invite some of our colleagues to speak something about certain thing, any of these themes, and we can ask questions. You can feel free to ask questions to this person. And okay, shall we go with that? Okay, thank you. So maybe I will perhaps start with Professor Geeta herself. So if you wanted to say something about some particular theme or anything, you can.
I think what struck me when talking with many of you yesterday, was how concerned a lot of you were about choosing your field of study, especially given that interdisciplinary studies seem to be the theme of the day. Now, given that, I think the point came up, it's very important to keep in mind that you have to sort of become an expert or specialize or deepen your interest in some particular aspect, and then the rest will come through whatever collaborations, cross-study, etc. So I don't know how you feel about that general input. Do you have any specific questions to raise about that, or you still have doubts? You're still sleeping. Yeah. I think that question can be answered by anyone.
I'm from IISA Pune, and our professors had told me that we should increase our breadth first. We can go to depth anytime we want.
No, that
Just
is true, that you get a grounding in many subjects in your early years. But I think here the question was, after third year, fourth year, what should I choose, right? What should I specialize in? I cannot specialize in all of them. And so that is where the question, thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Madam, what are the criterions we should look for while choosing a specific? By criterion, I mean, obviously the funding issue is something we all know about.
Unfortunately, I grew up in a different time than you. So for me, it was what interested me that drove me. So I confess I did not use those arguments. Although I must say that early on, yes, it was applied sciences were the buzzword in our time. So, you know, agriculture, for the plant scientists, those were the things to go into. Not necessarily for the money it brought in, but for its value to society. But that didn't really grab me in the way. So then I left it off and did something else. So I think it's quite important. But equally here, I mean, if you pick something that really interests you and you find that you're not getting what you want out of it, you can change stream. It's not impossible these days. I don't know whether the rest would agree.
So the way I would go about choosing my specialization is that I'm already presented with a bouquet of courses. And from that, I find out which I am passionate about, but in that I should also find out whether I'm having that aptitude for that subject or not. Question is, how do I find out that I have aptitude for, let's say, areas that involve advanced quantum theory? To find out whether I have aptitude in that subject, I should be doing problem solving, Hilbert space, eigenvectors and eigenvalues of operators. If I find those problem solving easy and also fascinating, then I know that I have aptitude in that. So when the passion for a subject and the aptitude matches, then it makes your research life almost hurdle free. So that is the criteria I use whenever I chose certain area of research for myself.
Maybe I can add to it. I mean, I totally agree with all the panel members. I'm sure you have also a taste of something, or you like one part of the topics, right? I mean, if I really dig into it, you definitely will come up with something. So if I look back, what I did exactly, that's what I had dislike for many things. Maybe I may not be liking something, but I know this is not what I would like to do. Okay, so somehow you bracket your liking by dislikes. And then you follow, then you start liking it more and more and more by reading. I mean, I must say, I was just telling Suri once that, I mean, these resonance, current science, and these magazines which were available in KE College library, after lunch we used to just read, and it just keep me inspired more about theoretical chemistry, computational chemistry, and then that's how I pursued. Because I didn't want to do organic chemistry, I want to do inorganic chemistry. That was clear to me. So that may be one way of finding the likes subject, right? Yeah. Then I followed.
Yeah. So another aspect is this interdisciplinary aspect, which I want people to speak about it, because this is one of the important things.
Yeah, so just to kind of continue that, so it's important, so you are all in your first or second years. Don't get confused right now. Try to learn as much as you can without thinking what will happen in next 2-3 years. 2-3 years is a long time. Things are happening at very fast rate. It's possible that what you don't like now, you may start liking it in future. It's possible what doesn't make sense now, you take a course from some course and you read a chapter, and then suddenly you make a connection, right? So I would say don't rush into making a choice or decision right away. If you happen to choose physics, build the tool set, okay? Every subject gives you all kinds of tools, which you later on can apply to any field, okay? As you must have seen in this program, all the talks have a lot of synergy between each other. Homing is seen in bees, homing I talked about, right? Evolution has all stories in every field. So it's fascinating, I'll tell you. Like if you get confused right now, you are losing on it. So just build a particular tool set. You should be a physicist who can work in different fields. You should be a chemist who can contribute to all the field. You should be a biologist or mathematician who can contribute to every field. That is how you should do it. But you should be one particular person. Like you should have the route. Either you should be a physicist or a chemist by training. Okay. Eventually you can like expand. Okay. But if you take that decision very early or you get confused, I think you're losing out on that. So breadth is important. It tells you what to pick, but once you pick it, you choose which tools you want to use to expand into that field. Yeah.
I would pretty much echo what the others are saying. I think you guys are all really lucky that you have the option to pick and choose from several disciplines and learn about them. Many in our generation didn't really have that option because our education system was different. So take advantage of it. Try to learn from other disciplines. Keep yourselves open. Everything has something to teach you. And over time, you'll figure out what interests you more and what interests you less. So don't be so picky to decide, this is what I must do. Keep yourself open, that's what I would say.
Yeah, mostly it's covered. So yeah, I mean, the bottom line is the same, that there is no alternative to learning the fundamentals, just that for the ease of catering to the new learners, so we have divided the subjects in different ways. It is important to understand the basic fundamentals of everything at the beginning. That's why the secondary education is meant for all the things. Then we go for the higher education. In the higher education, you try to align with certain streams, but there is again no alternative to the fundamentals. So make sure that the fundamentals are solid, and then you can essentially cross-discipline the things as you go ahead. Nowadays, the availability of knowledge is no longer a problem, right? However, what is a major problem still is the proper guidance and routing yourself to a particular area. So that you need to take care. So find a sort of good mentor and try to have the fundamentals strong, and then go for interdisciplinary thing. Yeah. So.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say that all of us have stressed this thing about fundamentals being so important. So you might have questions about it. How do we go about it? And so I think you have specific questions. Feel free to think and ask anything. So,
sir, I have one more question. How did you guys deal with the mental pressure in your like all of your distinguished professors in your field? Like I'm pretty sure you have come across some mental pressure or some things. Many of us feel like we are falling behind, and all after interacting with many wonderful people here. So how do you guys manage that aspect of science?
I mean, see, that is a very individual thing, so it's hard to generalize. So, I mean, so I would say that I don't find doing the kind of work which I do academically very stressful. The stress comes more from other things, administrative things, dealing with people, not with dealing with science. So I think it's a matter of, I mean, of course, some of it comes as a part of the environment, in the sense that, as I think you mentioned, or maybe you mentioned about funding, right? So you could be impeded in doing your science because the circumstances around you are not to your liking, and that is a source of stress which interferes with your science. These are things that we have to deal with, and it is no different whether you're working in this job or you're working in a, if you're working in a corporate job or if you're working in a government job. There will always be points where things don't go the way you cannot control what's happening around you as you would like to. So I think this is something that we have to learn to adapt to and not be, disheartened by. So it's just a part of life. I don't think that there is anything as a stress-free life. Even people who live in, idyllic surroundings, I'm sure there is stress. I mean, there are natural things that happen, wild animals, weather. So it's not that stress disappears. It's just that in every situation you have to evolve a way of coping with it.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. We deal with large number of undergraduate students with lot of aspiration for going forward in scientific career. Stress is something that is more of a self-developed. Yeah, it comes with little bit of peer pressure that is around there, but then you just have to enjoy what you are doing, watch around, learn things, and then build your basics. Fundamentals should be strengthened. Do not worry about whether I would make it to some X or Y big place, and if I don't do that one, all these things which I am studying are of no use. And this is something that is getting increasingly built in the context. And when we deal with the students, these are some things that comes out as prominent stuff. Yeah. So in the past, at least, this kind of pressure to get somewhere or fix the goal, these things were not there. Pressure builds when you fix a goal. Like, this is what I need to do 5 years from now. Professor Nitin Kumar nicely pointed out that, think about immediate. I mean, next 1 month, what you will do. Or like today, evening what I'll do. Will I go through little more math or like little more physics and then enjoy and connect them? Yeah, this program also has been nicely arranged. Like many of you, I'm also attending Resonance program for the first time. Yeah, so as much as you are excited, I'm excited about all the talks and the spread that it carries. Yeah, going from very fundamental to applied is simply a gradient, right? So you just choose at which point that you want to locate yourself, and you can easily choose one of those. And then one has to really make sure that what is comfortable for oneself, we resonate with that. Yeah, and then make sure that in that point, like we try to get better and better. Yeah, now for which, as he pointed out, you have to like really make sure that some level of all the sciences, not that you go deeper into each of those, but then one of those you take and then go in depth for giving a character to yourself at some point in time. Yeah, as you can see, everything requires everything else. I really hated studying geography when I was in my high school, but today just I realized from ma'am's talk that how important is to know each of these connected things. Yeah, from Srila's talk, it was very clear that you had a map that is shown with 4 different colors. I simply thought that it's just color printed in the textbook with 4 different colors, but all to realize during the talk that each color has a meaning and it offers something to you. So the idea behind everything is like you try to read, try to understand, process the data, and keep analyzing them closely. Things become much easier, and I'm sure that it is not really stressful. But one small suggestion to all of you is that do not feel pressurized that all of these you have to master. Yeah, it simply becomes difficult for each of us to do all of these. So take it easy, as much as you can keep doing it. And one little thing every hour or every day that you do, it will pile up to something like, in a bigger way as you progress along the line. And there will not be any pressure, it will be more enjoyment than anything else. Yeah.
So I also want to say something, namely, he talked about openness of mind. So in the beginning, you don't specialize. Definitely, you don't put pressure on yourself. At the same time, this is one thing that talked about, kind of pressure. It's very individual also, and at different levels, it is different. When you are actually doing research or you are actually working, every level it is going to be there. Many times the factor is coming from within yourself or from surroundings around you which you don't have control over. Now anyway, as far as studies are concerned, for example, let's say you are a very good student and you get admission to top university, and often they have a sense of inadequacy. How am I going to manage in this? I don't have this background. Then main thing which I can tell my students is that just keep your focus. And I think it does help you, because so many things are happening around you which you don't have control over. Then you find that, okay, if this is what I want, I'll keep my focus. That will help. This is a matter of personality also. And another thing is to pick up several subjects. There are so many topics which you don't have any understanding of. So how do you go about it? There is no, let's say there is no teacher that you can immediately approach. You make your own groups, small groups, discuss. It's okay, every day we'll meet, or every few days we'll meet and discuss for 1 hour. Somebody talks, you learn it, and in peer wise, you don't depend on teachers only. So that is one thing which helps also, in my opinion. If you have any questions, you ask. I think it's not on. Above.
There is one point I would like to make in the context of what you were saying about the stress build-up. It does happen. And I'm considering, like Geeta said, our generation was different. We had brothers and sisters with whom we could share things. We had friendships of the sort, the type of friendships that you have. The most important thing is to share your stress with your colleagues, with your peers, with those people whom you consider as mentors. And the very important thing that was said was that, don't try to master everything. You won't be able to master it, and as time goes by, you will find that you're working in a very narrow field. what I found from my experience was, like, I'm a taxonomist, and taxonomists are a rare breed whom people don't, they don't know molecular biology, they don't know this, they don't know that, is what they used to say. But I found that a very important point. I used to discuss with Geeta. I had another colleague who was very good in molecular biology. Throughout my career, for my work, when I saw the progress that was happening, molecular information was coming in for understanding or solving the taxonomic problems, I used to discuss with them. I always kept myself abreast with all the latest subjects available. My institute, it was the National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, where we have entomology, bacteriology, we have the entire quarantine for the research material is at our organization. We have our conservation facilities, we have a long-term gene bank. So, seed studies. I was in my exploration division, exploring all over the country, and people used to go abroad and collect. We had the material growing in the field. Can you think of what a wide range of disciplines were there? You cannot master everything. You always interact with the people from the other divisions so that that other division doesn't get behind, that work doesn't get behind. You be, as they said, specialize in your work and be very good at it. And that is a problem which quite a number of our present students are not really putting in that emphasis to become masters in their field. You become a master, but also interact with your other masters, and you will find that your stress level will also go down, and you will be able to keep up with the disciplines which are not of direct interest to you. That's a very important thing, especially I find for our current students.
Thank you. So I think she has a question.
Hello everyone. First of all, thank you for the amazing talks all of you have delivered. On a similar note of pressure that we have to face, sometimes it so happens that in the field of research, there's a new tool or a new topic that comes up and suddenly it's trending, like it's the trending research topic or stuff like that. So how should a student like decide whether they need to go after that trending topic or do something they love? Because there is a subconscious pressure ki, yeah, that is trending right now, everyone is going behind it, and it has more future prospects and stuff like that.
Yeah, so this is related to something that I wanted to say there. So the point really is, as you said, that a lot of the pressure that we see now is because we have a lot more inputs coming at us from different directions, and it is natural to look at other people's achievements or other people's ideas and wonder, why am I not there? Right? Just to give you an example, students join IIT, for example, these days, largely because they believe that it's a ticket to a high-paying job. I mean, it's unfortunate, but most people who, at least in engineering and IIT, don't join to study whatever they are. But the same mismatch is there, because you read in the paper, at the placement season, it will say so-and-so got a placement for 1 crore. But that's an anomaly. I mean, not every IIT graduate is going to. And then if you get through the IIT system and in the 3rd or 4th year you find you are not going to get a job like that, it's also a source of immense pressure for them, right? So this pressure is always, in some sense, coming at you these days because other people have put inflated expectations on what you think you should be. And as a scientist, it could happen. I mean, I could look around and say, oh, so-and-so whom I used to be with, now he has got some award or he has got a big grant. Why not me, right? So there is no end to this so I think in the context of target setting, it's important that you set your own targets. Right? You don't go by other people, because the targets may not be realistic, may not apply to you. So the same thing with trends. See, trends are trends. So I think, unfortunately, the only way to solve that problem with trends is to have some guidance from people who are, who have been in the area for longer, who can tell you, okay, this is a trend, but there are some core ideas in this thing which are worth exploring. You should equip yourself with that, because it's going to be useful, but it's not necessary, of course, to chase every trend. So I think the important thing, as was discussed, is to talk to people and get informed input, because unfortunately what you see on YouTube or social media of different kinds is very patchy in terms of point of view and even reliability. So one should not be misled in some sense by what people are saying, because very often what they're saying is not the true picture of what's there. And I think that is a large source of stress that I see in the younger generation. I think that is just what all these inputs coming from all around you, and it's very confusing. I can agree, but you have to get that maturity to understand that it's confusion and not get seduced by it.
Okay, if I understand your question correctly, that supposing you're doing a project and then suddenly you encounter your mentor says that, you know, you have to learn this tool. And when you try learning that tool, you find you're not, you know, extremely interested in learning that tool. But as, you know, Professor Madhavan is pointing out, talk to people. There will be someone, at least few of them, who know that tool, and they can tell you in a very interesting manner how to learn those tools. I'll give you a concrete example. Like, you know, you heard the talk on statistics yesterday. Now, very often, when you first encounter statistics, at least it happened to me, I liked analytical mathematical methods very much. But at one point of time, I had to, the theoretical model I had to match with data. And that time, there's no other way but to learn statistical techniques. And there was a strong inhibition inside me to learn statistical techniques like Kolmogorov-Smirnov tests or chi-square tests. But then you talk to people, and there'll be people who will put things in such an interesting manner that you will be motivated in an interested fashion to learn those techniques. And that's the reason why you have to talk to people who are experts, and they will tell you that don't think that these tools are dry and cold. There are very many curious and interesting aspects, and that will motivate you to learn those new tools.
Yeah, I can tell you from my lab, you know, so AI is coming in a big way and things are changing every week, right? Technology is changing, and I think one of the fields in chemistry which got impacted by AI is computational chemistry. So my students also had exactly the same problem. They see other lab and then they say that, okay, they are using AI tools, but we are not using AI tools. So I told them, I mean, see, your project is clear. This is what you have to do. But if you think this can help, I mean, you attend some workshops, online courses, and see if you can improve. And just they had fun and they all learned by themselves. I have not put any pressure. So like, if you don't have any pressure, if you enjoy learning things and if you are interested, then you can learn all of those as you are, you know, targeting your actual goals, right? So I don't know your field, but in your field also maybe something similar happening. So just try to learn and talk to experts and, you know.
Just to add to this, so if there is pressure, you know, something new coming up and you don't know, it's peer pressure mostly, then to have an informed decision, you have to talk to someone who knows much more about it. You talk to more than one person and who is an expert. And then often it turns out that, okay, it's just a fashion right now and let's wait and see if I'm not interested, if I don't need it now. So that pressure is mostly peer pressure. I think if there are other aspects that one can talk about, anything, yeah.
I can add one small point. So most of the times when you are doing your PhD or your boat has sailed in some sense, right? And you have to get better sailor of that boat. If you keep thinking about other boats, then so just focus on it. Breakthroughs will happen in your field as well. Stick to your guns. If some field has emerged, it has gone beyond your field, let it be. Just stay confident that your field is, like I told day before yesterday as well, every field has lot of openings. There are a lot of scope of breakthroughs. There is so much in this universe we do not understand or know, okay? And every field is a path to improve our understanding. So just stick to your guns. Don't get too distracted.
So, anything? Yes, please.
Professor Nishan touched upon the resources. Learn yourself a little bit about AI if that is needed. Put it into slightly larger perspective. I also wish to bring your attention to lot of courses that are available online that is generated by NPTEL. While personally interacting with some of the students, I understood that many of you do not know such a portal is available. So please make use of lectures that are available, given by eminent faculty members from higher education institutes in the country. And some of those are at your will. You can just watch on Saturday and Sunday when you have free time and enrich your understanding in a given topic. As you see, this particular program itself had best of the best teachers teaching from one topic to the other. While I was sitting myself here, I could not understand some of the talks by myself. And it's not the problem of the teacher, it is just my ability to comprehend the topic. So in such cases, wherever there is a gap to understand anything, it is our individual responsibility to go through the essential basics and then get to the point where you can make a conversation with such speakers and such teachers so that you get more benefit out of it. And these gaps would be clear to only yourself. I mean, the others would not know. While we sit here, and interact with all of you, we just do not know what you are capable of thinking. Yeah. So it is essential that you make a conversation and make it clear, what is that you are unable to understand and what is that you need support and how much is that way ahead in terms of certain topic. And these resources that are available should be really made use of, and make sure that go to the portal and look into some of the topic. Any particular topic that you are in need of, just put it in the search bar. There could be a 36 hours lecture or 24 hours lectures that are available in NPTEL. Yeah.
Yes, please. It's on.
There is a facility which is available now, which is basically, to add to what you said, you have Coursera, you have Harvard University, they are offering you free courses. After 40 years of doing science and writing, during the COVID period, I was stuck alone. I decided to do one course which was being offered by Stanford University, Writing for the Sciences. I'm telling you, it was an amazing course. It was an eye-opener for me, despite all that experience that I had. I would suggest that, for example, if you want to learn some computer language, there are so many of those wonderful courses being offered. And it is, you learn it at your own facility. Once a week if you have very little time. It just keeps you in touch and it gives you a different perspective on that same subject which is of interest to you. That's a very important thing. Another thing, it was a point which I had brought up when we were having a discussion with the BSc students in one of the colleges in Delhi. One very important and new theme that has come up is, we are all writing research papers. There are some of you who are very good at writing. Awareness generation, writing that awareness generation. Most of our scientific journals are bringing out articles. If you look at the article that they have published, trying to write it for the masses, and look at the original one, there's such a difference between the two. If you have that writing ability, if you get into it, it will help you in your research programs later on. Try to make use of this facility. It is a wonderful facility available to everybody.
Okay, so yeah. So regarding this or regarding general, people have any questions right now? Yeah. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sir, I want to know what is the structure of PhD and what about postdoc? Like many are telling they are going for postdoc out of country. what is that and what is the structure of PhD in India? Like how they are examined?
Yeah, so I think, this is a very good question. So what is PhD about, right? So that is the first question, right? So finally, ultimately the goal is to do some so-called independent research. But as we all discussed, there's some point where you have to know how to do independent research. We can't just suddenly, start looking at a problem and solving it. So PhD to me is a kind of a research mentorship, right? So there is a reason why PhD is always under a guide, right? So a supervisor or a guide. So the point of a PhD supervisor's role is to identify areas which are achievable. Because ultimately there are all, as was discussed just now, there are so many questions in the world which we don't know. But if we suddenly start taking a question which is extremely complicated and expect to solve it in some 3 years or 4 years, it's going to be very frustrating. So the goal of a PhD supervisor is to identify a doable problem, which is of course a matter of luck, because ultimately it is something which has not been done. So it may or may not be doable, but at least in their experience it is doable. So you work with the guide to solve a problem which is of interest to you and which has been, in some sense, the boundaries have been set so that the achievement is realistic. But then what? Right? So then you have to go out into the world and you have to do the same thing for somebody else. So there is a transition which has to happen at every stage. And so some people manage this transition directly from having done a PhD to becoming, independent researchers and faculty members and so on. But the postdoctoral research stage is one where you have established the fact that you know the methodology, the technologies of how to do research, but you want to build confidence in your own independence. Right? So it's just a continuum of going from being a starting researcher to being somebody who can chalk out a research program for yourself and for others. And so it's a gradual stage of learning. So postdoctoral research is essentially this transition from being a kind of a student researcher in some sense to being an independent researcher. And different fields have different timelines for this. So in some fields, you might do this postdoctoral work for 5-6 years. In some fields, you might do it for 2 years. In some fields, in between. So it's very variable, and a lot of it depends on the culture of that particular domain also.
Yeah. So, question. Before we go, I just want to say that there could be a difference between theoretical kind of work and predominantly experimental work. This is also.
Okay. Just my question is just an add-on to her point, which was that, like you mentioned, that we have to network and ask people and the experts and our peers. But many a times there's competition in the field and nobody wants to really share what they're doing. But if we also escort to the online resources that are available, there's so much available that you get lost and you get confused and you don't know what to do. Like, for example, if you want to learn a computer language, there are so many languages and then you don't really know which language to start with. So how do you deal with that?
Yes. So, of course, the whole idea is when you interact with other experts, you should not be asking them what they are working on, because they would not reveal their own research problem that they are currently working on. The idea is that if you're asked by your mentor to learn a new field, then initially, how about going, how to go about learning the new field? Initially, you can talk to experts, find out in which direction you should move, and then the experts will guide you that these are the things you should learn. Because as you directly pointed out, that if you go online, you will have a vast number of resources, which is the right one. That will be so you ask the experts for the guidance. So that is the way to go about. Otherwise, you will be, you'll just get submerged by thousands of different sites claiming to provide a quick deliverance of new knowledge.
I want to ask you whether you have gone through NPTEL courses or Coursera and so on. Huh? Any of them?
Yes, sir. We were asked by our college to enroll into courses by NPTEL and Coursera.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe to address your question, like how do you, I think your question is how do you find out who is the expert to ask? So I think it has to be, you start with, if there are people who teach you, in your own college or somebody else whom you have a friend or somebody who's, so if somebody who you have some faith in their opinion, right? So ultimately that is how it has to start. So I agree with what you said and what was echoed here, that you can't just blindly go and say that somebody, of course, may be an expert, but their point of view may not match what you are looking for. So I think you should start with people you know and tell them this is what I want to know about. And if they are honest and if you trust them, they will hopefully either give you an honest answer about what they think about it, or they will say, don't ask me, ask this person. So I think this word of mouth recommendation of experts is probably the safer way to go rather than to just rely on some proclaimed expert on the internet, right? So just follow a circle and ask them to suggest whom else you could ask. Sometimes they might refer you, sometimes you might have to just write blindly, but I think that's a better way to do it.
So just to add, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
So basically, again, that's what it is. And if you are still confused, anyway, we are there. You can always write to Resonance, right?
Yeah. So any other questions? Yeah, she has one. And yeah.
Good evening. Good afternoon, sir. Sir. Sir, as scientists, do you think that cultural bias will affect your or influence the scientific approach or interpretation, like your personal belief or cultural background?
That's a good question, but I think a lot of people.
Yes. Okay. First of all, we must realize that scientific truths are very close to objective truths, because you're looking at what are the inner workings of nature around you. And therefore, cultural bias or your own faith, in general, they do not and should not bring a conflict with the truth that you're seeking to know from the nature around you or the universe around you. And that's precisely the reason why scientific discoveries have been made independently in different cultures. They don't depend upon the prevailing culture of a civilization or the prevailing faith of the civilization. So here in India, C.V. Raman, when he discovered along with Krishnan the so-called Raman effect, they were doing experiments in Kolkata, and something about a fascinating truth about light interacting with matter came about in India. Similarly, the Bose discovery of the so-called condensation of bosons into a single quantum state, that was discovered in India. And so is Saha's equation of ionization. So it doesn't matter where and which cultural milieu a scientific truth is discovered. And one should be very, very careful that whatever you are observing should be interpreted in a logical, quantitative manner. And no cultural bias should enter in interpreting the data.
Well, just to add one thing, it's true what you said, I agree with you. However, someone like Darwin or Wallace, they did what they did because they were part of a colonial enterprise. It was time of colonization that got them to places which allowed them to compare species that could then get them the insight. So that was a very important part of it. So it's not completely free of context.
I'm sorry, I completely disagree with you. I think science is done by scientists, and scientists are human, and we are not free of bias. Perhaps some fields it's easier to try to be objective, and perhaps the results could be more objective, but certainly not in biology and certainly not in several other fields. The culture that we come from biases. I think we are deeply prejudiced organisms, and the way we see things and understand things come from our own environment. To give a very simple example, I come from the field of what is called primatology, so I study monkeys. And although monkeys are found largely in Asia and Africa, much of the science comes from Western world, so to say. This is because people came either to Africa to study them or took away monkeys and then studied them. And a very good example of how our own cultural biases, our own social belief systems impact our science is in the way people understood primate social relationships. In Japan, primatology developed independently, independent of Western science. Western science and its understanding of relationships between animals developed independently, particularly with respect to primatology. And many years later, we understood that both sciences had very different understandings of how it works. In Japan, for example, social relationships, kin relationships, relationships between people are very important, and therefore they sort of viewed animal relationships also in the same view, the framework, so to say. So it is very easy for them to accept that animals could have long-lived social relationships. They could have matrilines. Mothers could be related to granddaughters. Granddaughters could be related to grandmothers. And therefore, this is a long-standing relationship. And they intuitively understood this and accepted this much earlier. In contrast, Western science took a great deal of time to accept this event. In fact, earlier relationships coming from Western science about monkeys thought that the social groups were predominant only on social breeding system, that animals only got together when they were sexually ready to breed, and that these relationships or groups were not permanent. Today we have moved on to try and understand that a lot better. So yes, I completely disagree with you. I'm sorry. I think cultural biases deeply impact the way we do our science.
Just a short comment. But your example proves that eventually the truth sort of transcended the cultural bias. That's the whole thing I was trying to point out.
There is no truth. There is no single truth. That's what I'm trying to say. I think our truths are all different depending on where we're coming from and where we view it. And I'm sure some years from now, somebody will have a different perspective of it, depending on how many more species they see. We are just a single species which view a single set of situations, and we try to make a whole truth out of it. I don't think it exists.
I think both of us are saying the same thing. Yes, in the interim period, that's true about physics. Laws which are discovered and are thought to be fundamental now, eventually they are transcended. Newton's laws are transcended by quantum theory, but doesn't mean that, and that's the whole nice thing about science, that if due to a bias, I interpreted a wrong result, and supposing I'm powerful sociologically, initially people will believe me, which is about a wrong theory, but science has it in it that someone will say, look, this guy is wrong, and if he proves me wrong by a better theory, he will become famous. This motivation drives scientists to get into objective truth.
We could attempt objectivity, and we should certainly try it. It's a process.
Right, it's an imperfect thing. In fact, it's not a complete truth, as you said.
It's not a complete truth. I refuse to agree that it's a complete truth. It's a perfect truth.
Science has the inbuilt thing to get to the...
I think it's a perspective.
That could be like Galilean, Copernican, and so a lot of... So when we discover, I guess a lot of people have different perspectives, but still they're all leading to the same thing in some sense. Namely, the way it is done may be different. So perhaps you're trying to reach the absolute truth, maybe in the theoretical sciences. Perhaps it's easier immediately after a little while to agree upon what is considered. But maybe because of the diversity in this kind of primatologist studies in different places, it could be very culture dependent for quite some generations, and then afterwards.
I was just choosing an example from primatology. We discussed the case of Airavati Karve yesterday, right? And morphometry. At one point in time, eugenetics was considered great science. It's not anymore. So it's a matter of time.
Yeah, again, we are human beings doing things, trying to understand what is happening around us, right? So one of the great tool of science is the documentation. As long as you are clear about your biases and you document them and also interpret the results accordingly, there are possibilities of doing course correction afterwards. And that is, see, that is precisely why what we are all trying to tell, the fundamentals which are like the steps of doing science. So that has to be something which is concrete, something like asking the right questions, and then you state explicitly what are the assumptions you have made. And in that context, you do the experiments, the details has to be there, and then interpret the data. Of course, your interpretation of the data may come with your inherent biases, which we cannot ignore. But as long as it is documented that so and so, and this is the way I have interpreted the data, there are possibilities to do course correction afterwards, given the fact that this is what it is. None of us are perfect. We are trying to understand the nature in quote unquote the perfect way. But again, of course, nothing is perfect. It's a work in progress. It influences, but there are possibilities of course correction simply because of the methodology of doing science and research is very strong. And as long as we stick to it, it should be doable.
Sir, to add on to this specific discussion, she said that there might be a cultural bias. Don't you think the ethical issues when dealing with living organisms like model organisms like mice or other animals, don't you think even that affects to the bias? Like some people might not be entirely comfortable with it due to their cultural beliefs or their upbringing.
Absolutely, which is why I think over time we have also come to different ways in which we do experimental research. So today there is a reduce, reuse. When we use living organisms in research, there is this understanding that has come in. Many years previously, we did not really bother about that. So yes, absolutely, I hold the flag up saying that our cultural biases impact the way we do science. It's necessary that we recognize it. I think we will always falter, we will always fail. Science is a way to move forward because it stresses on objectivity. It's important for us to be aware of it. Be aware of our prejudices, be aware of our biases. We cannot be free of it, but it's important to be aware of it.
Just one point I'd like to add to what you were asking. This is a point which Geeta brought to my notice. Evolution was not easily accepted in the Western world. When it came to India, it's not working. Can you hear me? In the Western world, they took time to accept it. When it came to India, it wasn't very difficult to accept. Geeta raised this point that we already have this way of looking at, we have rebirth, we accept it. Because of that, probably, culturally, we were more amenable to accept evolution. I had attended one of the Coursera courses again, and I found that they were asking your perspective of something. I put this point which Geeta had highlighted, I put it to them, and they were thrilled by that. They said, we did not think of it. So at cultural bias, it's an important thing. But there's a more significant fact there. Darwin's Origin of Species is very well written. All his points have been, technically explained, defined, shown, because it was not very acceptable it wasn't accepted by his contemporaries. So he made that extra effort to put it all clearly in black and white. And that is the reason even now we can understand what he's written in that book and, either agree with it and know where he's going wrong and understand that whole system properly. This is a very significant thing. I'm glad you raised that point.
Thank you. I think you want to say something? Okay.
They also say that Darwin was a master in rhetoric. Apparently, that was a big part of his success. The fact of how, and he knew when to use rhetoric effectively.
Yeah, I think there are questions we should, she has a question.
A very good morning to all of you all. So actually, I'm a biology student. So this is from what I've observed, is that when you go to different labs or talk to different professors, you realize that they're essentially working on this same problem. For example, if it's like cancer or Parkinson, but what they're asking is different. One would tell you that you look at mutations, but other would tell you that no, this won't give you the answer, you look at the whole RNA profile. Someone would tell you that no, autophagic processes are wrong. Then you look at someone would tell you epigenetics are wrong. So for example, to draw parallel across all the fields, my question is that how do you determine on which level you should be asking questions, or what approach you should be using, or is it even the right question that you are asking or looking into it?
Have you heard about that story of guessing the animal by touching the elephant's tail versus trunk versus the leg thing, right? Again, I mean, you see, we are trying to understand certain aspect of things and contribute in that way. What becomes inherent is also our abilities. Along with that, our interest. So these are the two things which goes hand in hand, and that essentially makes us to go deep in a particular subzone of the entire thing. There is no alternative to be able to zoom out and see the entire picture. You still can contribute in that focused area, but you should always try, or we also strive to do that, to always zoom out and try to see exactly what is happening in the bigger picture of the whole thing.
So, but as a beginner, all of them sound like equally convincing to me.
Correct.
So how would you actually even
That-
determine which
Exactly.
direction you should be looking
No,
at?
that is, the confusion is real, and it is important to acknowledge that. You take that quote unquote problem into your benefit, into your advantage. You can see that, suppose the broad cancer theme you are interested in, there are so many ways you can contribute. Which of them aligns with your understanding and interest the most? Essentially, this is the alignment issue what we were discussing earlier. You have, instead of one path, you have so many different paths you can align to. So that's an advantage. Make use of that advantage and try to align based on your interest and the option available, because maybe like some of the labs, they do not have quote unquote openings, right? But still there are other labs and that aligns with you, and take that approach. Keep in mind that that's a sort of subdomain, so that at a later point of time you can zoom out and you can enter any other ways as well, so that you can have a bigger impact as such. See, we are not trying to make our clones as our students, like that would have been like the disasters, right? So what we want is, like, we are, by our training and experiences, we are good at doing certain things. We would definitely like you to pursue that, or rather basically get that knowledge, and nudge you to do something more than what we do. Otherwise, things will be stuck at a particular point, correct? So that's that, and the whole idea is to go forward, that's all.
I think, yes, please.
It's a very nice question that you have asked. You know, it's these doubts and uncertainties that you have is what you call as research. Yeah? And if you were very clear about what to choose right from the beginning, then we already know about it. Yeah? Let us imagine a situation that you have a treasure somewhere in the middle of the forest, and you have 3 possible ways to just access that one. At this point in time, probably you are worried about which way is the correct way. Yeah? It is not actually the treasure that matters, and probably there exists no treasure as well. It's the journey that is very interesting, and in each of the journey that you refer to, you will find lot of new things. And those new things in your capabilities, you put it into analytical perspectives, you will keep bringing new ideas and information that will be available to the literature. Yeah. So therefore, it doesn't matter, like, you know, which one that you choose. Always you have to make a beginning, some beginning, and all of those are great. And then you start going. You will travel faster, or, like, you know, in a precise direction, so long as you are enjoying it. Imagine that you are just on the lookout of some treasure or something, or a destination. Then you are simply frustrated. I mean, you just don't know what you are looking at, and neither you are paying attention to your path as well. So simply start doing things and enjoy it. Pay attention to the details. Wherever you feel you have inadequacies, try to fill it up by either self-learning or from the advice that you can get from the community. I'm sure that is going to be interesting.
Okay, so
maybe I can add small point to it. Like, especially in bio field, like it's true, like you attack a problem from various angles. It's true that we have a goal in mind, but also see it as a process that you are getting expert on something. Okay, the tool set that you are learning, you can apply into, of course, the bigger goal is, say cancer is our bigger goal, which probably you won't be able to solve in 10, 15 years for sure. But focus on the process, like the tools that you are you're getting better at. Okay, so that is important.
Right. So what I would, yeah, I think he has a question. Throughout your journey, you will have a lot of confusions anyway, but there is an advanced level of confusion also. When you process things, slowly you'll continue to be confused, but at a different level. That's what is going to happen. Can you? Yeah. He has a question.
Good morning, everyone. I actually wanted to discuss about a social aspect. We live in a career or job-focused society, and science is something we have to dedicate our whole life to. I personally feel like science can be followed by people who have both passion and opportunities. For a regular person burdened by financial issues, science is something of a luxury dream. Even though careers which require similar lifelong efforts, like doctors, are much admired, scientists doesn't get that much of a recognition. How can we overcome this barrier?
Yeah, what you say is true, and so the first thing is that there is a misconception that, I don't think any of us are starving, so I don't think that it's a career which is less financially stable than others, but of course it also is a bit of a risk. I think that if you pursue a career or you start as a student of science and you go into research, then where you land up is a little bit of luck in terms of what you did, what field you work in, and what opportunities are there. So not everybody is going to make it to the most well-equipped institutions and labs where they can have a productive thing. But I completely agree with your assessment that this is an undervalued area of society, undervalues people who do science, and as a consequence, there is a lot of social pressure from the extended families that students should take up, as you said, more professional kind of things like engineering or medicine or law or whatever. Now, this is something which unfortunately none of us can solve in a simple way. It is a larger problem of the society. So I think we have to accept that this is the current situation, and I don't have a solution for it, but it is a fact.
Yeah, so regarding the opportunity of learning science, yes, it is true that people above certain economic criteria, they have the advantage of learning science, but it doesn't mean there are no outliers. If you look at people like Faraday or here in India, Ramanujan, they came from not very, below the average economic belt, but they had so much of talent, inner talent, that they, could cross this threshold, which is imposed by the economic barriers. And there's a reason why they would do it, because science and mathematics were their passion respectively. When a student comes to me and says, bright student, that look, I have this opportunity to become an engineer, or I can go to science, but my parents are pressurizing that getting a job in science, permanent faculty position, will be 5 years of PhD, 3-4 years of postdoc, and then a permanent position, while if after my BTech degree I can just join MNC and earn huge amount of salary. I advise the student that, look, ultimately the goal of life is to pursue something that make you happy. If you think that you'll be happy with a early job and engineering thing, then it's all right. But there'll be some a young talented person who would say that, look, these things don't provide me the inner happiness. It is only science that gives me the happiness. Such people, without any doubt, should go for science. Yes, the path is troublesome, but if they are happy pursuing that path, that's the best thing.
I just want to add one thing which is kind of disagreeing with him, which is that these are extreme examples. So Ramanujan or Faraday, or these are very special lives, can't be emulated. So we're talking about a common person who is interested in science, doesn't know can make it as a big scientist or not, nevertheless wants to pursue science. Of course, if you love it, you do pursue it, and there are other factors which we have no control over. So if there is immediate pressure to go for a job, what to do is a different problem. I think Professor Madhavan will say something.
No, I just wanted to say that the other side is also true. I mean, it's very often people pursue science or mathematics or something up to a certain point, and then they feel that, this kind of abstract research, because ultimately research, even though we all like to think that we are solving the world's problems, they are actually quite abstract questions. We are quite far away from solving the problem that we are attempting to solve in our research. Some people are still ideally motivated by this thing, and they do, but science is very specialized, and some people get frustrated by this. And so people move. So I think one of the things that we should keep in mind is that studying science is also a way of learning how to think. And this is a very valuable way of thinking. So if you study science and you don't become a scientist, you're bound to get some opportunity where you can use your ability to think logically to put together evidence, draw conclusions. And this could be in a wide variety of domains. So I think one should not think also of studying science as only leading to a career in research in science. I think that is also probably a very extreme point of view. So a lot of people will study science and will not become scientists, but they will use their training to be better at whatever they choose to do. So don't think that if you are a science student and you don't end up as a researcher, you have somehow betrayed the cause or something like that. So I mean, just to give you an example, my uncle and my grandfather both studied physics, and they both became IAS officers. So I mean, it's something that we have lost track of. I mean, I think in our current system, everything is professional. You study engineering, you study medicine, and then you study geography, you must become a geographer. You study history, you become a historian. I mean, this is nonsense, right? You study something to learn a way of thinking about the world, and then you do what you want to do. Right? So keep your mind open about that.
Thank you. Excuse me, sir. Hello everyone, and good afternoon. So I want to pursue my career in physics research, specifically theoretical physics. And I was discussing with Professor Jay Kumar day before yesterday, and he said, don't think about future. He said, just focus on fundamentals. And you guys also said the same thing today. But I was thinking, how can I tell I have mastered that topic? Example, when I study mechanics, I mean BSc first year, so I have studied mechanics in 11th also. But when I think, when I study now, then I got to know there are so many different things, and there are so many topics that I was not actually mastered that. Like Newton's third law actually. When I think from different point of view, it get very interesting. So how can I say I have mastered that topic? And if not, then how much should we dwell into it?
Okay, that's a good question. So mechanics is, like you said, we study mechanics in a very different formulation. You start with Newton's laws without asking why F equals ma, right? But then you go to your higher courses. There we try to conceptualize why F equals ma. What is that in the nature that F is always equal to ma, but not anything else? that's where you come with other Lagrangian and so on, those formulations, right? The point is that we are like, and again, like you study gravity, then you go to general theory, right? So the general relativity and so on. If you like the interest, like how the field is evolving, how we are going deeper and deeper, if you are enjoying the journey, you are equipped enough to become an expert. If you somehow don't like that story, why F equals ma, why did it emerge, oh, I don't care. I mean, I may not be interested in it. Then probably you won't be an expert in that area. Again, just follow your heart. Wherever your heart is, you will definitely become an expert. Yeah, I don't have anything much to say about it.
Yeah, so mechanics, it's the most fundamental subject. Any person who wants to be a theoretical physicist must have adequate proficiency in mechanics, solving problems in mechanics. But if you look at the basic principles, unless you try to solve puzzle-like problems, you will never be able to master the subject. I'll give you an example. Supposing I ask you, why is it that when you sit on a bicycle and the bicycle is, you're not moving the bicycle, you can't keep yourself in a balanced position? Only when you pedal and the bicycle starts moving, you don't fall off. Why? The actual answer lies in mechanics. Think about it, okay? And so, similar puzzle-like problems, you should try to figure out. Resnick Halliday itself has a lot of puzzle-like problems in their conceptual part. You know, Resnick Halliday has concept questions and numerical problems. And when I was in my first year undergraduate, I used to find concept problems puzzle-like. I used to love solving them. So the whole idea is that even when you're learning mechanics, try to solve problems which are puzzle-like, which cannot be immediately solved in a deductive manner. For example, I'll give you another example. You have a spherical ball, homogeneous density, but you scoop out a small hole somewhere, anywhere else, and ask what is the gravitational field at a distance from the center of this ball with a scooped out hole. You'll find that you have to actually, if you want to solve it simply, you have to think of a smart trick. And the trick involves something which doesn't exist in the universe. Think about solving. Then you start really becoming more and more expert in the field, and you can solve more complicated problems.
Yeah, I think most of us would always say, I mean, especially theoretical subjects of this kind, problem solving is most important. And by yourself, you don't need a lab for that. So, but before, if you do problem solving, at some point you realize that, okay, I crossed a threshold, I have some basic understanding. I think you realize it yourself. You don't have to ask this question. Okay, so shall we, unless we can move to some other point, like, do you think like gender bias is something which is could be discussed? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay, sorry. So before that, you can, because this may be in the previous theme, right?
Hello. So my question was based on something Patrick sir had told. So science is just out there. Science is lying out there, and people actually work on it. And after sometimes some other people come and they just publish it. Maybe the first guy was not able to, like, the society just didn't accept it, like the Newton and Galileo. So like, I just saw a picture in my feed yesterday that we Indians made a lot of progress in Ayurveda and stuff, but the other people just took it away and they are patenting it. So like, who should really get the credit? I mean, is it just because the society didn't accept it that time and now they are accepting it? So doesn't make it that the original people were not?
Yeah, this problem in science is very prevalent as to who did it first and who should get the credit. For example, if you go back to the history, Indian history, Aryabhatta is one of the greatest geniuses of all times. at the age of 26, his Aryabhatiya contains many things, like he was one of the first guys who gave evidence to tell that it's not that sun is going around the earth, but earth is spinning. But then people asked him, if earth is spinning, why aren't we thrown away? Then he pointed out there must be some force that keeps us to the earth. Yes, he didn't specify exactly the laws of gravitation, but he guessed it. But then his thing was forgotten. People like Varahamihira, Brahmagupta, they were not very interested to pursue these aspects of Aryabhat's thesis. And soon it was forgotten. And then Galileo's experiment that no matter what the weights of the objects are, they all land at the same time, made gravity a special force. And then Newton, based on it, got the inverse square law. But he had that leap of genius that the moon going around Earth is nothing but moon falling in Earth's gravitational field. That leap of genius immediately got him the 1 over r square law. But who should get the credit? Eventually, in science, good scientists are honest and ethical. Eventually, you look at any good history of discovery of gravity, people will give credit to Aryabhatta. Yes, there was a guy in 470 AD who did talk about a force keeping things attracted to the surface of the earth. So good scientists will always figure out where did the idea begin, will give due credit. And regarding Ayurveda, yes, for example, good scientists will tell you that Charaka was an expert surgeon. I mean, during those days in a battle, if someone loses the nose or the ear, and people will produce artificial earlobe or artificial nose and stitch it. So good scientists will give you credit. But at the same time, one must not claim credit where it is not due. So in science, one has to be careful that one should not encourage zingoism, and at the same time, one must be honest in reporting one's result. So science and ethics, there's an important subject actually. One should be, and for example, the Darwin evolution, anyone who has gone through the history, there was another guy called Wallace. He had in fact discovered the same thing as Darwin did, but he actually stepped back. He said Darwin should get the credit because Darwin had actually collected sample from the Galapagos Island, whereas Wallace did not have this vast amount of empirical data.
I think Wallace also collected, but his ship sank.
Yes, whatever it is. But Wallace, I mean, one must give due credit to Wallace that he had discovered the same theoretical model, but he stepped back.
I think you want to say something? Yeah. So, anything else you want to ask? Yeah. Yeah, she wants us. She.
Good afternoon. I am from the physics background, and computational is used almost in every field of the physics. Can computational physics exist as a field, as individual? Because I have seen a very less number of people who has specialized in it.
If I understood you correctly, you're saying whether computational physics is a field of its own.
Yes, sir.
The answer is yes. In fact, in Department of Physics and Astrophysics, where I used to earlier teach, we floated a course called Computational Physics, in which we had topics like match filtering technique to pull out weak signals from a noisy background, solving nonlinear dynamical problems using computational tools, having this fractal methods to solve certain problems, and integral differential equation, how do you solve them using computational tools? Yes, computational physics is a branch by itself, and some institutions do have courses as special papers.
Okay, so thank you.
So for example, we have simulation methods and those kind of courses where you are learning Python. In our times, you used to learn Fortran, but nobody knows Fortran anymore. But as a research field, I think it belongs to computer science perhaps. We only use these tools to do physics problems, as far as I can say.
Okay. Yeah, he has, okay. She has an.
Sorry, if I can add one more thing that just came to my mind on the previous question. Like in my field, image analysis is a very important aspect. And there are a lot of programs people develop on image analysis, which we readily use. So yeah, just.
Good afternoon, panel. My question is, in your experience, what is the biggest difference between a student who simply learns science and a researcher who actually does it? Following that, when hiring or selecting a student for a research position, what is the thing you look for on a resume that proves you are ready for a real-world research beyond that, having a high CGPA?
Yeah, so I think this is I think having a high CGPA is very often not a good indication of, unfortunately, of research potential. See, because just as, for instance, unfortunately, doing well in competitions like Olympiads is not a very good indication of research potential, because exams, Olympiads, these kind of competitions tend to be short duration exercises which favor people who can think quickly and maybe compute accurately depending on the nature of the problem. Whereas research very often, as we were discussing, somebody asked there about, there are 7 different ways to solve a problem, which is the right way to solve it. It takes time. And it's frustrating at times, it's rewarding at times, but it's a long, so I like to think of it as running a 100-meter sprint versus running a marathon. And really you want to find students who can run long distances, which is not necessarily measured by how fast they can run 100 meters. So CGPA is definitely, so I think the only realistic way to evaluate a student for research potential is to interact with them. I think looking at a sheet of paper, because nowadays everybody has done some 4 or 5 projects on something, and it's very hard to evaluate what their understanding of the project is, what their contribution to the project is. So I think if I were to choose a student, I would definitely base it on some, fortunately now we have Zoom and all that, so you don't have to meet the student physically, you can interact. But it's very easy to talk to somebody for 15 minutes and figure out their potential. It's much harder to read 2 pages of condensed facts and figure it out. So this is what I would do.
I'll add on one point to it. On a lighter note, as a corollary, it also does not guarantee that low CGPA will have a good research aptitude. So it comes totally uncorrelated, and one has to really see that an individual has good research aptitude while being selected.
I completely agree with Mahesh. It follows from a logical axiom. If P statement implies Q, it doesn't mean that negation of P implies negation of Q. It's the other way around. The logical theorem says if P implies Q, negation of Q implies negation of P. That's the correct statement.
Yeah, just one small point. You asked how we judge students in PhD interviews. Say you have done a project in your MSc. If you cannot communicate the project, if you cannot explain what you have done, then we know something is wrong with you, right? You might have gotten very good results, you might even have published a paper, but if you cannot communicate well, you can't explain to me who doesn't know anything about that project, then that's a telltale sign that you haven't thought deeply about it. And that's what we seek in a student, whether you can go deep. Okay, it may be a very boring project, but you still have to search and dig into the depths.
Yeah, I'll also add something here, because in our institute, where I was earlier, the undergraduate students are selected on the basis of 3 3 exams. The third one is an interview. So actually interact with the student, he or she might have got very high marks, but we give them some problem to solve, maybe a simple problem, but that person may not have seen, but we'll see how they try to solve it. Help them out whether they can think, that they can take hints. This is one way of figuring out that the person has capability or not. Of course, it can be wrong also at times, but this is one good yardstick. Okay, I think we have a new question.
Just to say that that's the precisely reason while understanding basic principle, foundation of the course and problem solving is very important, because most of the interviews, the questions that are answered test all these.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a small question, that is, does research get influenced by business? Like, I have heard some conspiracies in somewhere on the internet that cancer may not get cured because it has become a big industry. Like, we may not get a cure because it makes people a lot of money. Like, is that true? Like, do they get influenced?
Maybe I can start. Yeah. So we work on a lot of drug development work. So in fact, we came to a drug which is, is a small modification of the existing drug. Possibly I will show it today in my talk. So we were trying to patent it, then they said, okay, it's not patentable because you're just making a small modification, right? So we asked industry to give some fund. They will also not give because the original molecule is patented by some other company. So those cases we cannot go forward and do some animal studies because it takes a lot of money, and so our research ends there. Similarly, one of my colleagues found one of the painkillers is good for some other disease, and he would like to do test on animals. No money. Money is there, but you can't use it for this research because potentially you can't do a business with that molecule. Right? So there are tons of such examples. So it can get influenced. That's what I mean.
I'll give my opinion on that question. It's very difficult to believe that somebody can control such kind of thing in the market, because who of us tend to think that we are so immortal that cancer can only cause to the others and not for me, and therefore I control the market, that such medicine should not be coming in the market. So it's a bit difficult to believe, and surely the effort is always to cure things and then make diseases vanish.
Any other questions? Yeah, she has.
Hi everyone, it's mainly a woman-centric question that I want to ask. Research is a long-time process, and we women need to meet her biological clock at certain times that pressure her to do certain things at certain times. And for a woman who has equal commitment to her family and her career, how you guys deal with it? I really want to know about that.
She's asking how the men deal with it. Right? I think it's a society question. Should not be addressed to the women alone. And I think unless the woman has the right kind of support at home, either from her parents, and very often old parents get saddled with bringing up children for that reason, I think the men have to sit up and take notice.
Ma'am, guys these days are a generic term, it's not gender specific.
So, yes, women face this challenge. I mean, Suri knows about it. My late wife, she was a PhD student when she became mother. Okay, just 3 years on her. And that time, there was a lot of hurdle because those days, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research did not allow children to live in the hostels. So there was a struggle, there was a fight with the authorities. Finally, they gave my late wife an apartment. So these these are things 37 years ago. But fortunately, most of the institutions now are slowly, I'm not saying everything is hunky-dory, women still have to face a lot of challenges, but things are becoming better. And I hope the struggle should be kept alive so that things become better for women to pursue science and yet lead a normal life like anyone, like the male counterparts. And things are improving, but yet even now women face the challenges.
Yeah, you have to recognize the problem, but I just want to add something, not to the answer, but since he mentioned his wife, Professor Ratnashri, she was the director of the planetarium in Delhi. She was one of the very top scientists. Despite all the struggles she faced, you could make it. So there are systems which, if you are here focused, I think there are system does work for you. But of course, you have to be in an environment which is kind of more understanding. Perhaps it is getting to that stage. I don't know. Maybe she has something to say.
So this problem is referred to as the leaky pipeline. It's a very distinct problem, not specific, of course, for the Indian system, but in the STEM subjects, women fall out, precisely just about PhD. And this is precisely for the reasons that you stated. There is very little institutional support. There is even less family support. There are a lot of lucky people out there who have both of these, but the larger numbers say that, unfortunately, we still lack those kinds of support mechanisms. As Professor Geeta pointed out, it is not a problem that women alone should be facing. These are joint decisions. When you're talking about having children or having better jobs, taking decisions about where to move to, these should be joint decisions. But reality is that these are typically left on the shoulders of women to bear. Yes, there's been changes. We are fortunate that we are in an era now that these are recognized problems, but the change is very slow. So yes, it's a battle, you have to face it. I think what's better now is that a lot of partners, male partners, are aware of these issues, and therefore it tends to be more of a joint decision, and that makes the matter easier. But we are still a long way off from perfect institutional support or family support. We'll get there, I think, someday.
Thank you, ma'am.
Some other questions?
Good afternoon, everyone. Each one of you are some of the best in your respective fields. What is something you would do differently as a student or advise to avoid? Like, what is something you would do differently as a student or advise to avoid something?
What he's asking is that, do you think that you should have, if you go back in time to your student days, you'd have pursued and learned things in a different way?
Well, I mean, for me, if I go back, I pursued whatever I liked, really. I mean, I don't repent on that. I mean, one thing is sometimes, life is unpredictable. So I had to learn chemistry, although I didn't like chemistry, okay. But I found physics in chemistry, so I went through that. So I think you can always find, like everybody said, I think you have to look for things that makes you happy. And I'm sure there is infinite options there, right?
So I would say, I don't know that other people agree, maybe when I made decisions and you think back about I should have done this, done that differently and so on. But I consider myself very lucky, very fortunate the way things have turned out. So I don't know if I had to, I repent something that some decision I took earlier, made it better or not. But now I know that I have been fortunate. I think a lot of us will consider ourselves fortunate in that manner.
Definitely that's true, and I just wanted to say something that I've told other people this. There was a friend of mine, it's not, okay, a friend of mine who once told me, every decision you take is the wrong decision, right? Because there's something right and something wrong about it. But when you take that decision, it's the right one for you in those circumstances. And later on, like Suri said, it may be that you could have done something differently, but I don't think I would go back in life and change things.
Somebody else?
question about the gender, because earlier I was never getting a female PhD student. Possibly at that time the number of PhD students coming to chemistry, especially physical chemistry, was very less. But now, I mean, you know, there are many excellent students coming. So, and when I'm talking to the parents of these students, because usually I kind of brainwash them also, that because it's a PhD thing, and you know, like there's a lot of sacrifice, you know, as a woman they have to do, and so I kind of call parents, talk to them, and say that, see, this is different now. They are independent, and the mental, the way they look at this problem today, I think the parents are really changing. I mean, today's parents are great. I mean, they're like, they're finding that, okay, I mean, I will do anything for the career of my daughter. So I've never found recently any parents saying that, no, this is just a matter of 5 years only, then she will get married and no more chemistry. That I've never seen.
Yeah. No, just to say, you know, how things have changed, how much. Just go back in history. There's somebody named Emmy Noether. I don't know how many people have heard of her. She was a mathematician, also known in physics also. So in her days, she was a center of sort of mathematics all over, from Russia, US, Europe, everywhere. They came to Germany where she was and centered, but she didn't have a job. She was not given a job at all. In fact, Hilbert, one of the biggest, topmost mathematicians, said, is this a bathing establishment that you want to distinguish between a woman and a man? So that kind of situation at least has changed, but I think it has changed a long time it has taken. I guess these are deeper problems. So anyway, any other questions in this regard, or maybe I can invite people to talk about, you know, how you found this program till now, and what your kind of, what would you like, and what you liked about it, what you learned from it. Anything you want to say about that? In the sense that if somebody wants to say something that, okay, you would have liked to do this, or what you learned, I don't know what I really learned, you know, did I really learn? I enjoyed the talks, but did I learn anything? Anything you want to say? Yes, sir. So honest feedback, okay. Yes, what? Any changes you would like? All those things. Any?
So first of all, I am really impressed with this entire program. I come from a biology background, and the reason I chose biology was because I do not like mathematics. But one thing that changed in this entire program, like this program changed me because I developed an interest in physics and mathematics, which was something that was really unexpected. Like, I video call my parents at night and I'm like, there's something different about this place.
I think there is. Okay, I think she's not concentrating. So you had a question? Yeah. Here.
So my question is, what mistakes do you think that the PhD students make in their early years while taking up a research problem?
Maybe I can start, because maybe, I don't know, I'm crazy or not, but whenever students make mistake, I said that you are sitting, you know, on a gold mine now, because you have identified your negative things, and if most of the problems, it's not the mistake. The research, the path, like Professor Maharshi said, is the wrong path. But then you have a lot of things to learn from there, right? I mean, because I've decided to take that path based on the knowledge that we have right now. So if I now realize that's not the right path, that means the knowledge has some problem, or there is something, you know, interesting there. So many things that we invented in our lab are all because of mistakes. By accident we find something, because possibly we would have never thought that from beginning that, okay, this is, this is an exciting thing. We just accidentally get into it by seeing mistakes. So recently one of my students could never simulate a chemical reaction, which is supposed to be one of the most trivial steps. But now we understand there is actually a problem with the experimental data. Okay, so we are in a gold mine. So,
anybody? Yeah. So here's a question. But regarding mistakes, I think I would speak from the point of view of a theoretician. So we have this luxury of this kind of mistakes. You start on a particular problem to solve something. You don't end up solving it, but you end up solving something else. So it is always happened. You pursue something deeply for some time, you get something, which is of course in a experimental setup, it's dangerous.
Good evening, everyone. Actually, my question is related to biology field. Will computational biology become essential for every biologist, especially the experimental ones? Actually, will computational biology become essential for every biologist who are doing experimental ones, in lab work especially?
Again, nothing is absolutely essential, nothing is like not at all connectable. These are all tools. Of course, it will aid you to see things in certain different way, which was not possible otherwise. In the previous interaction time, I was giving this example that, see, again, these are tools like microscope. When we had the discovery of when microscope came into being, it essentially opened up a completely new field in life science research as well as medicine and everything. Like, we could essentially see and do things in a completely different realm altogether. Similar is the computational tools. Because of the computational tools, it enables us to do certain things which were not possible otherwise. Be it, again, experiment and theory and computation, they are not essentially different domains. It's a continuous spectrum. For understanding certain things, we take different approaches, and other things also aid in that way.
Yes, sir. It has been divided into dry lab and wet lab, right?
Yeah.
In some sort of, and those, both of them correlated.
Yes, of course. And this is a continuous spectrum. How the circle goes in general. Dry lab, suppose you want to build some model or something of that sort, you need some fundamental understanding of the system. How do you get those systems? To be more concrete, the system parameters. How do you know the parameter values? Based on the understanding of the system. Okay, to be more precise, based on the experiments done on the system, and those values are obtained. That you get an inbuilt in the model. Model is nothing but the simulated version of our understanding. Okay, it's not the system, it's our understanding of the system in a minimalistic way. That minimalistic understanding of the system might not be correct. That's why you do simulation and do some prediction, theoretical prediction, which is still quote unquote classically in the dry lab, right? Now the predictions are made. How do you know those predictions are correct or not? You do experiment, go back to so-called wet lab, right? And see whether it matches your theoretical predictions or not. If it matches, well and good. If it doesn't, it's even more interesting. That means we have something, we can see the quote unquote the delta, the deviation, right? And that is the delta in our knowledge also. So we have a scope to contribute over there, exactly why the experiment is showing something, but our understanding wise this theoretical result is showing something else. So of course, these are all complementary. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so as a general thing, in science, we should not put a rigid barrier between experimental and theoretical. They all go in hand. In fact, as we have been discussing, young students must actually take very good interest in doing experimentation, working with their hands, building instruments, building power supply board, putting the on the breadboard the electronic chips, because these are things at the moment AI by itself cannot do, because even the robots are not advanced enough to do that. So at the moment, those of you who actually use your hands to build apparatus, devices, take a lot of interest in experiment instruments have an advantage. And for the interpretation of what you get through your experimentation, the data, for that you need certain theoretical understanding. But there should be no rigid barrier between theory and experiments. So I personally would advise everyone to take great interest in physical understanding, concrete understanding of things around you, which at the moment AI systems do not have. AI system would not know how hard is the hand support of the chair, or how soft a rubber or a sponge is. You have a physical feeling, and you'll be able to devise experiments based on your physical feeling. AI will not be able to do that.
Just one small point, sort of going back to that microscope analogy that Sudipto brought. In the times, when I was a student, microscopy, of course, was very much established and all that. But there were microscopists and microscopists, people that knew how to fiddle it to a fine point, to give the best image, and others that did not. Most of us just used the thing for what it would give by default, but others were very good at adjusting it in certain ways, just like taking photographs. So it's also a question not only of the instrument being effective, but also how much more effective can you make that instrument. So in that sense, this familiarity with instrumentation is very advantageous.
Good afternoon, everyone. These days, there is an increased number of individuals who wish to go abroad to pursue higher education. But here also we have excellent facilities. And why does everyone prefer to go abroad these days?
I think one of the reasons goes back to that question about, so I think partly it's that I think unfortunately we don't have enough institutions to service the need in terms of talented students. So there's a lot of anxiety, and it's a kind of a lottery, right? Will you get into this or that? You have to write competitive exams or so on. And many people, I think, feel that this route is more predictable in institutions where there is a larger pool of places to choose from. Of course, the other part of it is that almost any international institution costs a lot of money. So it's restricted to a small group of people who can afford that kind of money. And my personal opinion is, certainly for undergraduate studies, it's not a worthwhile investment. But I think this is really this predictability. And I think it's more in the minds of the parents than the students, that you don't want to worry about what will happen if this doesn't happen, that doesn't happen, and all this, time and effort and stress in coaching classes and preparing for exams. So this is one way of getting around that bottleneck, which is a very real bottleneck. Right? We just don't have enough good quality institutions for the number of talented students that we have.
I can add a little bit. So I did my PhD in India and postdoc in United States. Of course, a few years ago, the situation wasn't very good. Like, there were very few institutions. Now things are improving, no doubt. Still, financially, if we can incentivize doing research in India, that will be obviously helpful. But also in terms of picking an institution for your postdoc, you should go to an unfamiliar place, right? You should go out of your comfort zone. That is also very important in life. It doesn't matter which order. You can do PhD in US, but go somewhere else. That helps you, learn more cultures, learn more ways people work, but you are still united by science. So I think that improves your that helps your intellectual and overall personal growth. So it's not really a bad thing that we go to US or wherever, but important thing is that you should, get taste of all the environments, all the places. So that overall improves your research aptitude, in my opinion.
Excuse me, sir. Could you guys shed some light on the usage of machine learning in science? Especially, I've been hearing about physics-informed large language models and etc. Could you guys?
Well, I come from it from the computer science side, but yes, I think it's become a tool which has been, it goes without saying if you look at the 2024 Nobel Prizes that, AI in the context of science has come to stay, and it is a very valuable tool in the hands of people who can make good use of it. So I think like every other tool, it's the kind of like the microscope or anything else, it opens a new window, a new way to attack problems which were previously not possible, and it allows you to look for solutions which you may not have been capable of finding. So in that sense, I think there is no doubt that the use of machine learning or these kind of tools is revolutionizing science. And as you said, the reverse is also happening, that, sometimes you are trying to, those tools are largely, uninformed. They're just data driven. But now if you can put back some physics or chemistry understanding into the tool and make the tool more fine-tuned or more focused, it also is a two-way interaction. So this is my take on this, but probably people who are in science should talk about it.
Yeah, and I think molecular physics and computational chemistry, I think there's a lot of benefits that we are getting because of machine learning and artificial intelligence, various tools, language models, and so on. Protein structure prediction it's solved basically, right? So and similarly, the same idea has been used for multiple other problems where you have large number of solutions. There's the conformational prediction of protein is like you have lots of minima and you would like to get to the global minimum in terms of energy quickly, right, based on data. So same problem is there in a lot of optimization problems in all the branches of sciences and engineering. So all those places it's happening, but it's we have to use the tool in a proper way. It's data hungry. You have to supply data. You have to have proper descriptors of your. It's garbage in is definitely garbage out, but non-garbage in can be also garbage out in this case. So we have to be very aware of what it can do. So there are various ways of testing it and things like that. So yeah, it's a phase change, I would say, in most of the fields now. Yeah.
Sir, how do you think that, how does social media have an impact in this scientific research? We all know that social media is ruling us now. So do you believe that the social media has a very impact on this interest towards the scientific research? Like if we say about movies and all, like certain movies aspire many students like to go on to the field thinking it is a bed of roses. They, without knowing the reality of that, many people jump into it. So what is your perspective about the issue?
Yeah, maybe if I can start. If I understood your question, what's the role of social media in science? I remember when I was doing postdoc, I had Facebook, which I was not very active, just putting some family things and so on. Then my paper got published and they asked me to create a Twitter profile because they wanted to tag me, like @ whatever they do. I made it and they tweeted it. And I had a Twitter account which was there for like 2-3 years. I didn't touch it. But eventually I realized, I opened out of the blue when I joined IIT Bombay, and I saw Twitter is a huge community. I mean, of course, on Twitter you can either follow your film star or sports person, but I usually look at scientists. And it turned out it was a very easy way for me to follow what's happening in research. Okay, so all the big people in my area, they were like posting updates, what they are publishing. Some of them were putting summaries of their paper in like 4 tweets, which was super helpful. Okay, in a very simple language. Unfortunately, Twitter is again fizzling out because of political reasons. But now somehow LinkedIn is going up. I know you probably, all of you are on Instagram or so on. I don't think any scientist would be on Instagram. I don't know why. And some people are asking me how to follow me. So I say you follow me on Twitter. Whenever I publish a paper or something exciting happens in my lab, I post it. But don't expect every day I'll post how I wake up, what I'm doing today. So it's like 3 posts a year, okay, at most. But what I'm saying, like, if you are interested in some field, you find out who are the people, see what are their social media handles, follow them. Okay, I think that is very, very helpful. And many questions that you are asking, they may be tweeting about it. Okay, there's Professor Strogatz, who's active on Twitter. I follow him. So he sometimes uploads jokes and so on. So I get to learn his personal side as well. So yeah, I think this is important. If you want to become scientist, you follow scientists. So use social media that way.
Yeah, I'll add on something to it. It's quite an interesting question. Recently, I watched something in Netflix called Social Dilemma. I don't know whether you have seen it. It's a 1-hour episode. And it clearly narrates that, you start looking at certain things, and over time what you get is also something that you were looking at already. Yeah, this is already touched upon by a few of us, that if you really want to see objectivity, yeah, and you stare at some reels or the videos that come, the social media will feed more of that. Now let us say you want to imagine that Earth is the center of the world and you are comfortable with that, or you say that Earth is flat, and you will keep getting that kind of feed more and more. Yeah. In that regard, it could be dangerous that you use the social media in that regard. So it all depends on like how the bias that you set initially, and that will be the feed that you will be getting more and more. In that regard, each of us will have our own personalized feed from the social media that we enjoy about. Rightfully, Professor Nitin Kumar mentioned that if you are a scientist, you would like to see more scientific discoveries and scientific concepts that are narrated in a simple terms that comes to you, and you keep enjoying more and more of that. So definitely social media is a good tool. Whether we use it appropriately makes the whole difference.
Yeah, if I may add, of course, I mean, that is one dangerous problem, that we may get stuck in the local minima of our understanding. That's one thing. So basically, again, in the research methodology, if we see that documentation of our research and understanding is one thing, and communication is the other thing. The mode of communication is changing very rapidly, and social media is essentially one of the major contributors to it. That we acknowledge, and basically that is how it is supposed to be, or rather basically it is going to be way forward as well. So better you take stride in that aspect. Of course, you don't bog down to too much into it, but try to over there, based on your otherwise understanding, the textbook understanding and otherwise understanding of things, try to see exactly what are the authentic information and what are the important ones. Because otherwise, through the research methodology, what we are trying to inculcate is, or trying to essentially enhance, is the critical thinking part of it. It's ultimately, repeatedly, we are coming back to that same thing, that it is the thinking part of it, which is very unique of it. And try to think critically and understand and decide, okay, this is okay, this is not. And this is correct, this is probably not. And in that way, you can build your social, quote unquote, small bubble or atmosphere, which is healthy, not like unhealthy ones. It's very easy to get trapped in the unhealthy ones, but try consciously to sort of get the healthy elements inside your social bubble, which unfortunately we are all in because of the feeds. So in that way, it will have a positive impact, and definitely in science and its progress, social media is being used in a positive manner quite a bit. all the journals, most of the journals, they have Twitter handles and Blue Sky handles. Also, some of the things, the mode of communication is different. Nowadays, they are asking explicitly about very short, average tweetable kind of abstract, which can be easily shareable. I'm sure someday soon they will ask us to give one Instagram formatted message, which again, I mean, to think about it, I mean, as we are generating the tweetable text, you just post it in an image format, it will be Instagrammable. So these things are going to happen based on the way things are happening. However, as a student, as a researcher, we need to be very careful about creating the social bubble in a healthy manner. Like that is what we need to take care of and think about the progress, exactly how we can go forward to. So these are going to be there and being impactful only when, and the impact will be positive only when we take it in that way.
Okay, I think we are nearly running out of time. Maybe one or two more questions. She has one.
Sir,
Oh, somebody's already.
my question is that which emerging branch of chemistry do you think will become important in the future but isn't getting much mainstream attention yet?
Oh, that's a tough question. I think all the fields are important. I don't see why something is more important than others. Right? So you should learn what you like to do. I'm sure it will be important.
A very good afternoon to one and all present over here. My question is quite different from what others are asking. Actually, a few months back, I read it was a Instagram article. In that it was written that a scientist is a Professor Yoshida from Tokuyo University, Japan. He discovered a bacteria that can eat plastic. So if a bacteria can eat plastic, it means plastic is basically a kind of a hydrocarbon. So why don't we in India breed that similar kind of bacteria so that we can get rid of all the plastic waste we have? As India is the world's largest population, so it's obvious that we have comparatively more plastic waste. So that bacteria can easily help us get rid of all the plastic. Why don't we do that?
Maybe I can make common man logic here, okay? Common scientist logic. So I think there are many researchers I know from chemistry are working on new enzymes which can digest plastics of various kinds. Plastics are of various types, right? So I'm sure it's going to come. I am not sure about this bacteria. People are working on it, but there are, I think before we find this magic bacteria which will eat all the plastics, I think we can ourselves decrease the usage of plastic. I mean, that requires no magic. So we have to be conscious, and you, as an, you are very lucky to, to get this education that you have. Consider the India as a whole, and also getting a rare opportunity to come to this meeting and so on. So so you are very special. So you take that responsibility to educate others of how to use plastics appropriately. And don't throw your waste, even if you see a waste bin, don't just throw it there. And for example, if I go to Delhi, I usually pack my waste back from our guest house to IIT Kanpur, because I know IIT Kanpur, they process it well. Also, I have waste here, plastic waste here in this guest house. I am not sure how you are doing it, but I know this environment is very sensitive. I don't throw it here. So I learned this from doing some trekking in the Himalayas, where there was a group of people. They are really making education of what waste, how to process waste to the locals on Himalayas, So that's when I realized they are taking the entire waste to Dehradun, where there are places where they can do the plastic. So which was really eye-opening for me. So I do it now. I know where it can be processed, I will take it there if I can afford it actually to do that. But you can educate others, right? I mean, don't buy plastic bottles and.
I'll add on something more to this. It's not just the plastics alone. Any man-made material, for that matter, is getting increasingly accumulated in various parts of the world, particularly in India. Some of the waste that are related to electronic waste, batteries and phones and computers, we have a tendency to overuse them and not really optimize the use of these materials, and therefore practically it is very difficult to take care of those waste in any part of the world. Unfortunately, some of the developed world waste are being sent to developing or underdeveloped country, which makes the developed country look nice and better, but the waste is accumulated somewhere. Yeah, and as rightfully Professor Nishant mentioned, the only way forward is to reduce the use of that or optimize the use of that, rather than reduction. We have a tendency for anything and everything we try to rely on plastics. We can easily go to cloth bags or jute bags. Having said that, most of the time we speak, but when it comes to action, we try not to avoid such kind of things. And this is what we, each of us, have to practice and make sure that we simply do not put the waste without thinking. In our own hostels, we have 2,000 students. It's very difficult that we have things that are received in the waste section that are segregated. No matter how many times that we educate people, it just comes together. Yeah, food will be mixed with plastic, and plastic will be mixed with the other kind of waste. So unless each of us get into the scientific practice of segregating things at the source itself, this is going to be really challenging. And plastic alone are problem. It can be reprocessed to some extent, at least if it is isolated. Let us say that if it is mixed with certain other waste, to separate that one becomes a cumbersome process, and therefore we try to just dump that to the soil wherever, and that becomes a much bigger problem to deal with. So in that regard, not just plastics, anything we keep making as man-made material, we have to make sure that we optimize the use of that. Yeah, sure.
This is coming to the scientific aspect of, you said if the bacteria has been discovered, why don't we just introduce it into the country and use it? It's not a very simple thing. Introducing a bacterium, any sort of a biocontrol, requires there are a lot of steps to be taken care of. You have to be careful that it does not boomerang on you. It can go in the wrong direction and you may end up with a problem which is worse than the problem that you set out to solve. Biocontrol, especially weed control, we have been doing quite a lot of it. Just one for this Micania micrantha, which is called a mile a minute plant. We worked on it for 15 years, and we have not yet succeeded. Biocontrol is a very difficult problem to experiment with and be aware of the problems of introducing it into nature. That is a very important thing to keep in mind when you're talking of introducing something which is foreign to your region, because you can end up with a lot of problems which you've not thought of when you started out with the issue.
Okay, I think one last short question.
Hello, sir. So my question is, I've recently observed biotechnology is a field which is highly restricted in India. So if I have to take interdisciplinary for my MSc or PhD or anything, do you think I should choose institutions like IITs or should I go abroad?
So you said you want to do biotechnology, or
Yes,
she wants to.
interdisciplinary,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah. So I think most of the biology departments I have seen in IITs, they're kind of technology, science, kind of interdisciplinary, and I know people from physics and engineering. They all get joined. Some faculty members are joint faculty members of computer science and biology department, right? So look for, so I mean, it really depends on what you want to do. So if you think that environment can help you or of what you would like to become or would like to do, I think then you can choose. But getting to these premier institutes always have some barrier to cross. So you can mentally prepare for that fight, and it's not a thing that you cannot do it. It's definitely possible, but you can prepare yourself for the battle and then try to get wherever you would like to go. Outside India, definitely there are options, but again, it's all, like somebody said earlier, you have to really make sure that that's your choice. Not all institutions abroad are also good. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So I think it's high time we stop, and I hope it was an interesting session and all of you had some information to give and information to receive. We can perhaps continue a little bit more discussion during lunch time. So thank you for coming here and doing this. Let's give it a one announcement.
Yeah, certificate of participation is it's ready, and over next few hours, depending upon your availability in the campus, try to get it during the lunch time or the tea break or after the concluding session. So it will be just right available with Lakshmi Devi, who is volunteering in order to help us. Yeah, so just across here. Back to the almost final session, where we have Professor Nishan Nair from IIT Kanpur. He's been a good friend, and Sir was already mentioning that he's a fitness freak, that he keeps running around the campus 7 to 10 kilometers occasionally every other day or every day, and we look up to that from him. But apart from that, he's a wonderful teacher and popular computational chemist working in a very niche area of modeling how reactions can be, but not necessarily all the time reactions, but also about the structure of the biomolecules and things like that in an area called molecular dynamics simulation. And he'll be talking to us about watching molecules react, and certainly it's an exciting topic that we all look forward to. Over to you, Nishan.
Thank you so much, Mahesh. And I first thank Suri for arranging this amazing meeting and bringing amazing students from all over the world, or all over India. And I must thank ISER Trivandrum community also to keep this campus so amazing, and it's possibly one of the best campuses I've ever seen. And I think you are really lucky to be part of this meeting. I think all of you are therefore gifted and lucky. So therefore, you have an opportunity waiting for you. So I thought today we had heavy lunch and last session. So it's not really right to tell you too many physical chemistry stuff, theoretical chemistry stuff, but just have some fun facts, and mainly motivated by my interactions with all of you. So today I'm going to talk about how can we really watch reactions as it happens, right? Why should we watch when a reaction happens? Why should we watch as a physicist or chemist or biologist? So actually today I'm going to talk about a bit of biology problem, because mechanism, okay, all right, sorry. Kinetics, okay. So mechanism, kinetics, anything else? Sorry? To understand the process in atomistic detail, right? To the angstrom level I need to go to see molecules. Okay, so I need to see molecules at the angstrom level. And how fast are these reactions? So give me a time scale like seconds, minutes. Have you done a chemical reaction in your school? So what is a time scale in which you see some products in your test tube? Seconds, okay. Hours, right? Depending on the reaction. But there are processes that happens inside the molecule in femtoseconds time scale, femtosecond, which is 10 to the power minus 15 second, which triggers all these reactions. It may happens in, maybe some reactions may happen in picoseconds. Okay, chemists call it as fast reactions. Okay, so there are milliseconds. Many drugs bind to the protein in milliseconds time scale. Protein falls in milliseconds time scale. Okay, many chemical reactions that are of interest, like carbon-carbon bond breaking, happens in hours time scale. That's why your chemistry lab, you have to keep stirring things for several hours to see something happening, because the bonds have to break, right? All right, so let me put all these things in a proper manner so that you understand what exactly we are talking about. So as I told you, that what always inspires me to look down to the molecule is to look up for a bigger problem, right? I mean, I never look down without really understanding what is the bigger problem that I'm solving, and I'm always inspired by the bigger problems. And I'm sure that's what you should also do, because you should be motivated by the problems that you are facing today. For example, you have got a fever, okay, and you would possibly trigger or go to find out what microbes are creating this disease, from which you identify what enzyme, for example, of that microbe is crucial for, let's say, replication of that microbe. Okay? Then you can identify how to stop the functioning of this enzyme, right? So if you know how to stop, or you can figure out how to stop this functioning of this enzyme so that these guys will not replicate, won't give the new generation, then your fever is gone, right? So we need to go down from bottom to top, okay? Problems are motivated from the top, but we have to go down. And once you hit this molecule, which can really stop the functioning of this enzyme, right? You have a drug, and you can now travel in helicopter, okay, or BMW, because you have become rich. Okay, so this is a very simple problem to solve, okay, but it will, as I will tell you, it's extremely complicated, because this simple looking protein is an extremely complicated object to understand in terms of physics, in terms of chemistry. Okay, so let's see what is so difficult about it. So we need to definitely go down to angstrom level, like I mentioned, because bonds are getting broken. So usual hydrogen-hydrogen bond length is of the order of 1 angstrom is 10 power minus 10 meters, right? Extremely small. So are you able to see this bond using some microscope? No. So you have seen you have sensed the density of atoms, right? I think you have seen the STM. So you can get a feeling of, okay, this is where the atoms are located. But to really see events like bond breaking in femtosecond level time scale or temporal accuracy, and angstrom level spatial accuracy, and you have to determine energy changes much less than kcal per mole, because 1 kilojoule per mole at room temperature is about how many kcal? 0.6 kcal per mole. Okay, so that gives you a number of, how many, what is 1 kilo, what is the temperature per degree of freedom at room temperature, right? So we have to be, these are our limitations. We have to dig down to angstrom level. We have to watch chemical reactions as it happens in femtosecond, and we need to measure energy changes with very small units, extremely small units, right? Accuracy, right? These are extremely challenging. So I'm going to motivate you with this problem, which is going to be the next SARS-CoV-2 kind of a pandemic, where we will run out of antibiotics which can fight the antimicrobial or bacterial infections that we get, right? So there is a very interesting report which came in 2014 that the whole world is going to face a public health issue very soon, because these microbes that I showed you before, they are developing antimicrobial resistance, which means they are going to develop abilities to fight with the drugs, Okay? All the drugs that we eat will get converted to some useless compound, no more effective, very quickly. So what will happen with that? Because we will be running out of drugs, and even a small cut on our body, right, it will not heal. Right? If you go for a surgery, the surgeon cannot treat you because there is no antibiotics to give you, because the drug, the microbes that will be there will not be, active against the drugs that you are actually taking. So this is a serious problem, and in fact, many people whom I know have died because of infections that they got when they were vulnerable. Of course, they got another disease, they went to the hospital. From the hospital is actually a place where you can find a lot of dangerous microbes, okay? Because those microbes are exposed to all kinds of chemicals. So they've developed into a very dangerous stuff, and they got infected, and that's it, right? So therefore this report shows that we are facing a major crisis and we have to deal with it, and only biologists and chemists have to get alerted, because you can do something to this upcoming so to say tsunami, right? I mean, it reminds me of sometimes Indian cricket team gets all out, okay, in 32 runs. Well, 32 runs is historically the lowest score of one-day international. It's not from India, but whoever it is, right? So we are getting defeated to the microbes, and we will be all out very soon, okay? So we have to develop drugs to fight against these microbes. Okay, so let's get into some more detail. We are digging down to atomic level to understand what is the reason why these microbes are developing the potential to fight against the drug, right? So I've just drawn some simple cartoon. This is one of the proteins very important for the bacteria to create new cells, okay, cell wall membrane. So if this enzyme is, or this bacterial enzyme is not there, then the cell wall synthesis of these microbes will stop, which means it will not be able to give the next generation, right? So what we developed, our scientists developed antibiotics which will go and stop the functioning of these enzymes. So which means when your microbes are in your body, they will not give you the next generation because this guy is blocked, okay? So this goes and covalently bound, so covalent bonds, right? So it makes a covalent bond with the active side, and this enzyme is completely stop functioning, okay? So that's how that's exactly what happens when you eat antibiotics, okay? You kind of save yourself by targeting these enzymes, okay? These are called penicillin binding protein, okay? So now, because we started eating a lot of antibiotics, even for viral fever, not just for bacterial infections, okay? These are just bacterial enzymes. We are only talking about bacteria, and antibiotics are meant for bacterial infections. But we just go to the counter of medical shop, we get whatever antibiotics we like, because I got this from another doctor last year, so it should work this time also, right? So I eat a lot of antibiotics, and therefore there are enough chemicals in my body which train the microbe to evolve in a way that it can produce new enzymes, okay? These red ones are new enzymes produced by these microbes only to target these antibiotics, chew them apart, right? So the medicines that you are eating is going to be converted to completely useless compound extremely quickly. This reaction is fast. Comparatively, this reaction is slow, okay? So what happens if you actually have a fast reaction? All the drug will get consumed along this direction, and you see that your drug is no more available for binding to the actual target. So that is how they save themselves. Now, this is just one of the several mechanisms adopted by microbes, but this is a serious one, and there are 4 types of such enzyme, or 4 classes of such enzymes. This is called beta-lactamases. Oh, sorry, these beta-lactamases. and one of them actually called New Delhi metallobeta-lactamase, okay, because it got the name New Delhi for the reason that it has been identified on a patient, okay, in New Delhi, and that person died because he got a simple, urinary tract infection, and unfortunately, no medicines work, and the person died. Okay, so there are many such, and they keep on evolving because the lifetime of bacteria is just 10 minutes or so. Okay, and let's assume 180 life of a microbe will create one mutation. You have heard about evolution, right? I mean, it's a very good chance that before the infection leaves you, there is a mutation that can fight against the drug that you are taking, right? So there's a good chance, right? So that is the challenge we have to face. So somehow we need to understand how these reactions are happening, what makes these beta-lactamase, the villain enzyme, so powerful in chewing up the drug so quickly, right? So this is just a chemical reaction. So can I see these reactions in detail, like a movie? Okay, I want to make a movie of this reaction, like a cartoon movie, like this. Okay, and this is one of my favorite animation. Anybody? The name of the movie? Monster AD, right? So this monster has lots of beads. I think if I remember correctly, 5,000 beads of 5,000 hairs on its body, and each hair is I think, if I again remember the number correctly, it's 5 to 10 beads, okay, on the hair, and each bead is moving by some force, okay, and of course the way the person has written the script, these beads are moving so that you see how realistic it is, right? Look at the way the fur is moving. Look at the way this cartoon character is kind of moving. So it's really amazing that how perfect it is, right? So can I have such a perfect movie of chemical reaction? Okay, realistic movie, right? So that's what is important. It should be realistic. This is also realistic because they have created the script and then of course created the movie. For us, we know the problem. Now we need to know how can we create a realistic movie, right? Something should tell me this is realistic, right? This is the way I should do the realistic movie of the chemical reaction. So this is something where you can see this is one of the first molecular simulations of an atomic system, or you can say a molecular system. It's a gas of argon simulated by my undergraduate students as an assignment. You can see that this is a movie of gas particles, okay? Realistic simulation. So how did they do it? If we know how my undergraduate students did it, maybe I can ask the same, I can use the same mathematics, same physics to simulate the chemical reaction that I wanted to simulate. Okay, so what happens at the molecular level, right? And we need to really see what structural changes happens inside the protein, what happens to the drug, how the reaction, how the bond breaks, what is the dynamics, because see, these enzymes are in water, so water is keep on moving, so water will have its dynamics, protein will change its conformation. So how do we simulate the dynamics and structural changes in computer? Okay. So also, as I said, bonds are getting broken, so we need to simulate the electronic structure changes, which I'm sure you know about the electronic structure change. When a bond is getting broken, the electron get redistributed. So we need to somehow explain how a bond is getting broken or formed during the chemical reaction, right? During the dynamics of the enzymatic system. So for that, what the ingredients we need are two things. One is we need to calculate the energy of a molecular system, of a protein drug complex. What is the energy, right? So once we know the energy, we can calculate forces on every atom of your molecular system. If you have 1 million atom in your protein, so you can calculate the force acting on every atom in your protein if you know what is the energy, okay? Because it's simply a derivative of the energy. And we have to somehow think of how to get the dynamics. So the dynamics as well as the way we need to calculate the energy changes should be following some physical principles, because we don't have script for our problem. We don't know what exactly is going to happen in the computer. So we have to ask the real physics, right? We have to know the physics of interaction between protein, ligand, or the drug, and water, right? Ions, temperature. We need to bring in all these components in our simulation. Then most of these first principles or physics that you need to deal with all will have differential equations because it's going to predict what's going to happen later, right? So we have to find a way to solve these differential equations, for which I will use simple mathematics but ask computers to solve it for me very smartly, okay? Because I will have millions of equations to solve, and that I cannot solve on a paper and pencil smartly, so I will ask computers to smartly do it for me. So I'm going to combine the power of the latest computers today. I'm going to use the well-known physics to solve the problem which I just described to you, which is simply a chemical reaction happening inside an enzyme, okay? A complicated enzyme. So the way we can calculate energy, there are 3 ways of doing it. All the 3 ways you are familiar with. So I just wanted to remind you. So this is your class 11 textbook, how energy changes as a function of the nuclear position, right? When you bring in 2 hydrogen atom nucleus, right, your energy will keep decreasing as it creates a bond. You can see the bond electron density. These are actual simulations. You can see the electron density formed between the nucleus. That decreases the energy of the system, right? And it keeps increasing, right? This is something you're familiar with. So this plot is known to you from NCERT book, class 11, right? So this is exactly what we need. I am not going to tell anything more complicated than this. This is the most simplest thing. So for every nuclear position, we have to calculate the energy, and we just have to solve Schrodinger equation, okay? And we can solve Schrodinger equations using various approximations, okay? And there are a lot of techniques available, so it's not a complicated thing to do. We have to, of course, implement how we solve those equations smartly in a computer, okay? That's a different problem. But let's assume that we have a good computer and a computer knows how to solve Schrodinger equation. Given a configuration of a molecular system, it will tell you what is the energy, okay? So we have the energy. We have the energy as a function of distance, okay? We can easily calculate the force because it's the derivative of energy, okay? Right. In fact, this actually got a Nobel Prize already, so we don't have any chance to win the Nobel Prize. 1998, these 2 gentlemen got. Do you know Waterkorn and Pople? So Waterkorn developed fundamental theorems. I mean, he's a physicist, okay? So he developed fundamental theorem for what is called density functional theory, and this is one of the most widely used technique today to solve Schrodinger equation. And what is most interesting is that recently I came to know about 35% of the computing time of the world is used for solving Schrodinger equation using the techniques which Waterkorn developed, okay? So you can imagine the importance of the problem. As I will tell you that this problem is still, these techniques are still used in industry today. Every drug that we take have gone through Schrodinger equation, and somebody has got the energy and the wave function, okay? All right, so, and Pople developed computational ways to solve the Schrodinger equation smartly. So it's a solved problem, so we have it in the market, so we just have to use it, right? There is another way. We can use very simple-minded approach. We can say that, oh, molecules are composed of bonds. We can say every bond is a spring. The energy of the spring will give you the contribution of energy of that bond, and you simply sum up all this energy of the springs, you get the total energy of the molecule. Very simple approach, right? Molecule is going to vibrate, so as soon as it goes out of equilibrium, you know the energy of the spring, half kx square, right? From out of equilibrium, you know what is, how much is the energy, so you simply sum up. You can put spring on angles, you can put spring on dihedrals, you can add more terms to this, like electrostatic energy between particle A and particle D or E and so on. So this is a simple approach for, you don't have to solve Schrodinger equation, you just have to plug in these values and it gives you the energy straight away. It's very quick to to do it. There is no differential equations to solve like Schrodinger equation. Okay, it's already an equation. You put in the coordinates, you get out of, you get the energy out of the system, right? So this is very simple, but of course it's empirical because you cannot really treat all the bonds as a spring. Okay, you need quantum mechanics, but maybe this will help us to solve a million atom problem that we need to solve, right? Maybe a part of that molecule can be treated using approximate way of calculating energy, and some part where the bonds are getting broken, we can use quantum mechanics, because that's where Schrodinger equation is important, because electron density has to be, will be redistributed from one atom to the other. So we possibly need to combine the technique number 1 and number 2. And this also got a Nobel Prize in 2013, okay, for developing what is called multi-scale models, which are the models that I just mentioned about accurate quantum mechanics and empirical molecular mechanics. You can combine them to solve, you can predict the structure of a protein, you can use it for predict the reactions and so on. Again, these techniques are heavily used today. Any protein structure prediction, okay, has gone through these equations that I showed you. Okay, so these are even today used, very powerful. The third is very simple, that you use artificial intelligence or machine learning to give the coordinates, you get as an output the energy. Okay, so now for machine learning, however, if you have a network which you would like to, which you can use to predict the energy, you need to train the model. Okay, whatever model you choose for machine learning has to know that, okay, this is elephant, this is cats, this is dogs. So it has to use data to learn it. So you can provide data set, a large data set, or if you have data set, you can simply use the existing tools of machine learning to predict the energy. So there are 3 different ways in which you can predict energy, okay, of a molecular system. This also got Nobel Prize 2024, okay, to provide the foundational understanding of machine learning protocols, and this one is from physics. The last 2 Nobel Prizes were from chemistry. Again, you know all these things. Okay, so now we need to think about dynamics. We know the energy. We know there are 3 ways to get the energy of a molecular system, but how do we get the dynamics? Because we need to simulate the jiggling and wiggling of atoms. That's the life. You can see that I generally say that these enzymes live in our computer. They have life because they have vibrations. They really breathe. Okay, they have temperature. They behave. They kind of behave, or they respond to the temperature. They respond to the salt. They respond to the pH, and so on. So this is my living protein in my computer. You can calculate force on all these atoms. You can see there are millions of water molecules around in my computer simulating this enzyme that I showed you before, beta lactamase. This is a beta lactamase. So each of these are having several atoms, right? All these atoms have a force, and that force is simply the derivative of the potential energy, and the energy is something that I already showed you how to calculate, right? There are 3 ways to calculate, right? So you can calculate the force on every atom. Once you know the force, then you can predict where that atoms will be after some time using, again, class 8, class 9 physics, integrate classical equations of motion, x is equal to x0 plus vt plus half at square. Okay? That's all. So as a scientist, I'm not doing anything different, just the same equations that you knew. Okay, I'm simply using the classical equations of motion, okay, either empirical molecular mechanics or quantum mechanics, okay, predict the forces on all these atoms and integrate equations of motion, and you can actually simulate classical trajectories as you predict how a chalk will land, or what time the chalk will land if I throw with the initial velocity. The same thing I can actually do for set of atoms. Since the forces are quite complicated, okay, so you need to do numerical integration. You don't have an analytical expression, solution for the equations of motion. So you numerically integrate with the same equation I mentioned, x is equal to x0 plus Vt and so on, right? So you simply do that with a time step of delta t. You get every frame of integration, you get, you basically get a frame, you combine the frame, you get the movie. Okay, that's beautiful, right? So you can create a movie of a molecular system simply by integrating it, and it's no major thing. You just need to ask Newton, and it will tell you. Okay, but when you actually integrate these equations of motion, you get a bunch of numbers. Okay, you get x as a function of time, v as a function of time, right? What are you going to do with it? Because an experimentalist like Mahesh will ask, you gave me tons of printout. What is the property that I am measuring in the lab, right? So somehow you need to link to the property that they can measure in the lab. So how do you do this? Because you have only atomic information, atomic positions and velocities. From there, of course, the energy and forces as well. From those microscopic information, you need to obtain what is called macroscopic information, like pressure, temperature, dipole moment, polarization, okay, that you measure in the lab, and whatever you measure in the lab, that's macroscopic quantity. So for which you need to, for example, a temperature of this gas. What is the temperature of this gas, right? So I can easily calculate it using what is called statistical mechanics. So you learn statistical mechanics, you learn statistics, you know statistical mechanics, right? So I mean, of course, you have it in the textbook in class 11, 12, but not in detail. But if you have not learned, you just look it up what it is. They relate those atomic positions, velocities to quantities like pressure, temperature, and so on by some equations. Okay, so this is this is what I call a Babel fish. You know Babel fish? So you know this famous book of Hitchhiker's Guide to Galaxy? So this is from a great author called Douglas Adams. Okay, I think you should read this book. I still read this book because always I find something exciting and novel in this book. I don't know what magic it is. So it's so this Babel fish is a great fish. If you are going to the space and you have to talk to the aliens, and aliens will never be talking in Malayalam or Bengali, right? They'll be talking their own language, and if you have no translators available, so what you can do is to just get the fish, Babel fish, put it in your ear, so the sound waves will be translated, and it will be injected directly to your nerves, so that you can get your language translated, right? So I feel when I went to China, Chinese PhD students came to pick me from the airport, and they couldn't speak English, so they used Google Translate. Okay, they did exactly this, but it's a mobile phone with Google acting on it. So that's our reason Babel fish. So I'm talking about the Babel fish because you have tons of numerical numbers. From those numerical numbers, something that you measure in the lab can be predicted using statistical mechanics. Now, before we leave from Douglas Adams, he actually, in his book, he introduced a character called Deep Thought. Okay? So Deep Thought is a computer. It's world's second most powerful computer, and it has calculated for 7.5 million years an answer to some question. That question is not clear, but the answer, but the ultimate answer to life, the universe, and everything is number 42. So after 7.5 million years of computation, it just printed out one number, which is 42. Okay. So now the author asked this question: hey, what is the ultimate question whose answer is 42? Then Deep Thought said, well, let me create a new computer which is more powerful than me, okay, on the earth, or as big as the earth, which will answer the question to this answer is 42. Okay. It was almost about to finish that computer, but then aliens destroy Earth because they are building a highway through galaxy, okay, Milky Way. So they destroy Earth, and we will never get to know the question. Okay, that's the story of this book, right? So actually, sorry. So it is similar situation. Many of these calculations that I will be doing, okay, it will do a lot of number crunching to give me one number, which is the energy of the system. Okay, but we have to do smarter. We don't have 2.7 million years to wait to see some answer, because our life is very limited. Our PhD students have to submit thesis in 4 years. They possibly would like to get the number 42 in 1 day, okay, or within 1 day, or maybe in 1 second, for which what we do is to create smart algorithms which can do all those physics that I mentioned. We create programs that will make use of these machines, right? These machines are like 1 million times faster than your desktop, right? So you tell the computer that you solve it quickly for me. So if it takes 1 second, it will 1/1,000,000th of the second, this will calculate and give it to you. This is a computer just next to my office, okay, and extremely powerful computer, okay, which uses not only CPUs but also GPUs, graphical programming units. So we write, or my students write programs which can use CPUs and GPUs to calculate, so solve those differential equations as smart as possible. Okay, so this, what I just mentioned, was done in 1964. Okay, after after the World War, lot of computers were lying in Argonne National Lab, because the threat of Germans were not there. There is no need to decode the Enigma and other things. So those computers were simply lying. So one Indian, whose name is Anisur Rahman, decided to make use of those computers by writing what I just mentioned in a smart way for the old Cray computers, CDC 3600, and he could actually simulate 864 argon molecules in a box like this, and show that by these simulations you can actually predict something that is measured in the lab for the first time. So this is considered as the first molecular dynamics simulation. Since he's an Indian, you should possibly know. He's no more, but his students are leading the field. So now these techniques are used regularly by industry, by everybody in academia, to look at how, for example, this drug binds to, this is a New Delhi metallo-beta-lactamase. You can see 2 zinc atoms. Okay, the drug is trying to unbind. You can see the water molecules. You see the jiggling and wiggling. This is the life of the protein, right? Protein and the drug. Drug is trying to interact with this guy, trying to bind and stop the functioning of activity of zinc that helps you to get treated for the infections. Okay, so these are regular exercises. So we can also look at chemical reactions. You look at this, see, if you can really see the proton transfer happened here. You see another proton is transferring. The bond was already broken. You can see the proton. White is hydrogens, blue is nitrogen, red is oxygen. Okay, you can see the jiggling, wiggling, and how the bond is broken, and atoms are getting shifted. So you can see this entire movie of chemical reaction in your computer, just using those simple physics that you learned in your school. Okay, so the only problem is that when you look at chemical reactions, since the bonds are getting broken, you can see this is again a catalytic reaction that happens in water. You can see the bonds are getting broken. Since the bonds are getting broken, the electron density will get redistributed. So you need to be careful. So every step you calculate, you have to calculate the forces. So to calculate the force, you need to ask Schrodinger. Schrodinger will give you energy and force. Then you ask Newton to predict after some time what happens. Then you ask again Schrodinger for these new positions, what is my force and energy. It gives you, okay, and then you keep doing it, so you can see, you can create a trajectory or movie like this. There is one problem to solve further. The problem is that in my computer, even I have the smartest computers in the world, 1 femtosecond of this dynamics requires 1 second of computing. Okay? So just 1 femtosecond is 1 frame. To get that frame, the computer has to do the number crunching for 1 second, which means if I have to look at a millisecond reaction, then I need 10⁴ years of computing only. Okay, so how many PhD students can graduate in this time? I'm not alive, so it's going to be alive. So this is not a smart way. Whatever physics I just mentioned is definitely not the smart way to go. We need to be smarter than these physics. So we need to do some, what in Hindi we say jugaad. Okay, so we have to do some jugaad to solve this problem. If we can solve this problem, that in seconds only we can see the chemical reaction, then I can talk to my chemistry friends and whatever reactions that happens in their test tube, I can simulate. This is actually a reaction which one of my experimental colleague did in his test tube. I can easily model it in my computer realistically. Okay, this is the enzymatic reaction I just talked to you, how a drug is interacting with the enzyme. These are enzyme active site. You can see how complicated this reaction is, but it can easily model if I have some way to speed up the dynamics. Okay, speed up the dynamics. I can look at if I inject an electron in water, what happens to that electron? I can simulate it. Even this kind of complicated systems which cannot be easily seen in experiment. There is no way you can do an experimental device at experimental technique to see these kinds of details. But in simulations you can do that. You can look at chemical reactions that happens in factory. This is a factory or an industry important problem. You have heard about methane and from Professor Murthy. So how these methane can be converted into useful chemical is a major industrially relevant problem. So again, those you can simulate just by computer. You just put everything into the computer, ask the computer to do the same physics, but now we have to do that in a smarter way. We need those reactions to be simulated within 1 day or 2 days of computing, not for 10 power 4 years of computing. Yeah? So why is some reactions taking too much of time? So for example, if there is a bond that has to break whose bond energy is 60 kilojoules per mole, I need 10 power 4 years of computing. If I have to break a bond which is only 2.5 kilojoules per mole, I need only 3 minutes of computing. So why is this the case? This is because these molecules are actually doing a trekking. Okay, the molecules are actually going from one basin, one Everest base camp to the other side of the Everest, which nobody goes. Okay, but one valley to the other valley. See, this is the reactant basin, and that's the product basin, and you see how molecules are going through this route. And this black line is actually what chemists call as the mechanism of the reaction, because they write how structure changes as the reaction is proceeding towards the product side, and that's the mechanism. This line is actually your mechanism. Okay, and what is this mountain? This mountain is the mountain of energy, right? So if higher the energy, more time it will take, definitely, right? Smaller mountains you can easily climb, no problem. But if you do the same thing for any other mountain of 4,000 meters, you need time. You need several days of trekking. So that's exactly what it is. Okay. So how do we kind of speed up? How do we accelerate this trekking? Okay. One way, of course, is given helicopter. Like many people go to Everest, right? They don't do the Everest base camp trek. They directly go to the base camp and then climb. Okay, you can do that. Okay, but another smarter way is to flood. You just assume there is a lot of rain and the valleys are flooded. Then you can simply swim from reactant to the product. Okay, so this is the trick I'm going to use. So so in physics it's called biasing. Okay, you add energy to the system in a way that it feels it's flooded, so that you don't have to walk through these mountains and then go to the other valley. Rather than you can simply do a direct swimming. You go from this basin to that basin because it's all flooded. Okay, so again, this is exactly what we do. And what we do is I don't know how many of you know programming. All of you know programming? Do loops, no? Okay, not many people know, okay, no problem. So in most of the computing, we have the time consuming part is you need to do something several times. So we call it do loops. Okay. So this is just a Fortran style. Okay. So you see that I have to do this loop 4,000 times. So what I do is that I know I have 4 CPUs. I divide this task into 4 by 4. I say that, okay, first CPU should do 1 to 1,000. Second should do from 1,001 to 2,000. And third should do from 2,001 to 3,000. And the fourth one should do from 3,001 to 4,000, right? So if I would just do this in one computer, I need 4 seconds. If I do this entire thing, 4 of them working together, only 1 second I get the answer, because 4 of them are working together. Okay? I have thousands and thousands of such cores, computing CPUs available in my computer. So I can simply ask, I can divide this loop or iterations that I have to do, just parallelize them, give everybody a task, and do it. Okay? And if you actually use GPUs, graphical processing unit, which is there in all of your computers, or in PlayStation, right? So PlayStation, what they do is to really give the task to what we call threads. Okay? Threads are like this only. They can do independent computations. They do independent computations. Thousands of them can do independently things and give you the final answer. And so there are a lot of things happening today because the computers are becoming powerful. There's this gentleman who was in finance. He was running a finance company. His name is David E. Shaw. And David E. Shaw has a company also in Hyderabad, actually. So what he has figured out when he went for a vacation with his friend, who is actually a computational chemist, the computational chemist friend said, like what I told you to him, because he's actually not from science, right? He's from finance. So he said that, okay, we have to calculate this energy, and it takes a lot of time, and unless we do it smart, we cannot do anything useful. Then he said, oh, this is actually a solved problem in finance. Okay, so I have a way to solve this problem. So he devised new machines called Anton machines, and which is 100 to 1,000 times, depending on what molecular system it is, faster than the normal machines. And they could actually solve a lot of interesting problems. And these simulations are becoming like the reference for today's drug design and understanding biomolecular system. Okay, so for example, this is they have used not only Anton's machine but also the graphical processing unit. Graphical processing units are becoming powerful and powerful because we have PlayStation, new PlayStation coming, new graphical cards are coming. So we can compute faster, smarter, and you can actually see how very complicated biological structural changes can be predicted by these simulations, right? So Professor Amaro has even simulated the entire spike protein by computer. So let me show you that. Okay. Okay, it's not working, so it's all right. So you could see the entire, you can see this entire spike protein. So she is able to simulate that entire spike protein just in the computer. So one could, one cannot see those details, all the details by spectroscopy, right? Which otherwise you would have used to look at the structure and dynamics, but through simulation she is able to get to the atomistic level. Every atom, what every atom is doing, she is able to predict. Just by computer simulations. Again, smarter ways of using computers. Right? Now, coming back to this this problem of the beta lactamase, right? So I'm going to finish in 2-3 minutes. So these enzymes are what we would like to target, right? We would like these beta lactamases to be acting slow, right? So right now it's fastly reactive towards our drug. So what we need to make is to make it slow. So by looking at the energy, what we figured out some time back is that if you take any drug and introduce a methyl group. Methyl group is CH3 group, very small entity, right? In the right place, you can make the drug an inhibitor like. Okay, inhibitor means you are going to stop the action. If it is a drug, this enzyme is able to chew that drug. Okay, if you have to make a drug an inhibitor, you are in the game, right? So you know, we propose that, okay, you introduce methyl group, and if you introduce this methyl group just through computation, because you are able to see that entire trajectory of the reaction in your computer, you can analyze it as you wish, and you can actually see which atom is where, how it is changing, how is it oscillating. So therefore you are able to do predictions like this. So once you know the predictions, you know, people are able to synthesize such molecules later and show that whatever we predicted, you know, is actually working. And so for example, a reaction that would happen in 1 second now will be 10 power 9 times slower just by this small modification. Okay, so this kind of prediction was only possible because we are able to see the chemical reactions before us in femtosecond resolutions and angstrom level spatial resolution, because we could really see how bonds are breaking, what energy changes are associated. These are energy changes associated with the chemical reaction. We are able to calculate it very accurately, right? So, I mean, it's not just me, but there are many people who work on this area. So what we also do at IIT Kanpur is to develop such programs that can calculate these things smartly. So this is a homegrown program which we developed, part of what is called National Supercomputing Mission, which is a mission started several years ago to build softwares, to build computers in India. Otherwise, we used to take codes from abroad, right? So we need our own people to develop codes, solve our own problems. So we developed those programs, and you know, we're still not able to compete with foreign codes, but I hope we will get there sometime. Okay. With this, let me thank you. You are all welcome to visit IIT Kanpur, and you can find more about my work at this website. Yeah? Thank you so much for your attention. I hope I couldn't make you sleep.
So we have time for questions.
Thank you, sir, for the talk. Sir, I had a question regarding the AMR. So it's quite fascinating to know that at such a molecular level, physics is still applicable. But what exactly is the use of Newton's laws at the molecular level? So like in AMR, what do you really want to know using the Newton's laws?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, that if you have to develop drug, you have to see things at the microscopic level. But it's not a static object. Proteins are dynamic objects. So you need to also predict its dynamics, where it will be after some time, right? So like our space missions of ISRO, so they can really predict the trajectory of the satellite exactly, right? Sitting in, having a coffee in their office, they can predict. This is exactly what same physics I'm using to predict where the atoms will be if this is the force, right? The forces I need to get from quantum mechanics, for example. So I ask quantum mechanics to give me the forces, then I simply use classical physics. Classical physics or Newton's equations of motion will tell me after some milliseconds, here will be the atoms. So these changes are nothing other than reactions, fluctuations, structural changes, and so on. So the predictions are simply structural changes, and it could be a chemical reaction.
Thank you, sir, for the beautiful talk. How do we know the computation we have created? How do we compare our computation with real life? I mean,
very good.
There is this effect called butterfly effect, that even a minute change can generate an entirely different effect. So if the forces we used in our computation is slightly varied from what is in nature.
Sure.
So how will it affect?
Very nice. Beautiful question, actually. Okay. So always we have to do benchmarking of our techniques. I mean, mainly the tools that you build. Classical physics, Newton's law, you don't have to verify. Okay, it's there, right? But the code that you build, you need to test. Quantum mechanics, because you can't solve Schrodinger equation exactly, you have to involve some approximations. So those approximations are valid for this problem or not, so that you need to test. So there are benchmarks. See, we do the benchmarks to test, okay, this is now correct, right? So now coming to the beautiful question that you asked about butterfly effect, that is really true here also, because you are predicting a numerical trajectory, even a small deviations would deviate, right? And the most interesting thing is if I ask you to compute on your computer, and if I do on my computer using Newton's equation of motion, you will get two different trajectories. No way you will get the same trajectory because of the numerical differences that come. But most exciting part is there is a theorem that shows you your trajectory is a valid trajectory, my trajectory is also a valid trajectory. It will still give you one of the most probabilistic trajectories. So statistical mechanics again will help you. So we are safe. Okay, we don't, otherwise we have to really worry, because computers 0 is never 0, right? It's always there is some 0.000000 after 10 power minus 16 there is some number. Can never be exactly 0.
Sir,
yeah.
At atomic scale, Heisenberg uncertainty principle also comes into play. And depending upon the situation that we have, how can you predict something like that?
Using classical mechanics?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Like atomic scale by classical mechanics scale, sir.
Wonderful, wonderful, yeah. So that's a great question. In fact, I don't know if I removed that line or not. There was a line I put in my slide for you to think. So if I have to really use classical mechanics to predict where the atoms will be after some time, should I worry about quantum effects? These are quantum effects, right? So it turned out that you don't have to. Okay, so the classical effects are so small and they get washed out. The classical trajectory is almost correct. Okay, so now there can be cases where the quantum mechanics are needed. So for example, there are, I don't know if you heard about what is called tunneling, right? So there could be tunneling, for example, or you could also think of, let's say, some of the proton transfers at low temperatures. If you have to be exactly accurate, if you want to predict exactly accurate as that of an experimental number, then you need to involve the quantum effects. But usually for ambient temperatures that you are interested in, like 300 Kelvin or so, they simply wash out. So there's no more, don't have to worry. Whatever you classically predict is perfectly fine.
I mean,
yeah, even the atoms, just even if you have helium atom, 2 helium atom dynamics, you can easily predict. I mean, that's the paper of Anizur Rahman. In fact, all his plots, which is just a classical dynamics of helium, he gets exactly perfect. Argon, yeah. So similarly, he has helium also.
So there are laws like Debye's TQ law, which basically tells you that. And that's quantum mechanical model, right?
Yeah. So what you need is when you actually need quantum mechanics only for bond breaking, because there the electronic redistribution will happen, right? So that's when you need. So that is exactly the reason wherever you are using the. So there are two things actually. One is the quantum dynamics of your electronic system, and the other is the classical dynamics of the atomic system, right, or nuclear. So something called Born-Oppenheimer approximation. I don't know if you're aware of. Okay. So you can simply treat it classically how the nucleus will be moving. Okay. The electrons are so fast that they get adapted to the nuclear changes. So you just need to calculate forces using quantum mechanics where the bonds are getting broken. Okay. That gives you fair picture. But the dynamics to be computed using quantum mechanics, that is a useless exercise. That's what I was saying. I mean, I would not say useless. It is not needed.
Thank you so much, sir, for an informative lecture. My question is that how we can create the movies of the chemical reaction, in which way we start study of the fundamental and basic of the computational chemistry.
Yeah, wonderful. So If you, I'm not sure, you are a chemistry student?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I don't know if you have learned about H2 plus. H2 plus, 2 hydrogen with 1 electron.
Yes, sir.
So there's a very simple problem that you can do. The energy can be predicted approximately using for the H2 plus using molecular orbital theory. Okay. So you get an equation of energy coming out beautifully from a molecular orbital theory. It gives you how energy varies as a function of internuclear distance of the 2 hydrogen nucleus. Okay, so it's just an analytical expression. It comes out beautifully. Right?
Sir, but in which software we can use this?
Anything actually. You can just use a MATLAB or Mathematica, or you can just write a C code or Python code. Okay, this is a usual exercise I give to the students, because you do molecular orbital theory, you find this beautiful equation. Once you have analytical expression of energy as a function of R, you can calculate force.
Yes.
And once you have the force, you can use classical mechanics to predict where it will be after some time, right? And you will be seeing very similar to harmonic oscillator. So at low temperatures, you will see that it's almost oscillating like two mass connected to a spring. So I asked the students to fit it with a harmonic potential and see how. So that's an exercise you can easily do. It's very simple.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. So you talked about how we use supercomputers, which use CPUs and GPUs to simulate molecular dynamics. But now that we have quantum computers, has someone ever tried to simulate these molecular dynamics simulations in quantum computers? If yes, how did the results came out compared to supercomputers?
Wonderful question. Yes, people have already started working on it. There are a couple of papers already using a part of, we cannot do the full quantum mechanics full quantum chemistry calculations or full molecular mechanics calculations on quantum computers yet to get a benefit out of it. But a part of these calculations can be exported. So we have an environment which we call it a cloud environment, where you have quantum computer is accessible. We have the classical computer accessible. So we know the algorithm. Then this algorithm will make sure that a part of the calculation which can get benefit out of the quantum will get offloaded to the quantum processing unit. We call it QPUs. So it goes to the QPUs, then it gives back the results. Some calculations will be done on GPUs, get the results. Some will be done on CPUs, and you combine, you get the. So it's already done by people.
Thank you,
Many
sir.
of us are actually started working in this area as well, because it's coming.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, very good actually. So, so how I have written delta t. So, and this delta t decides the frame, the samples that you get in the movie, right? So, what is the frame rate in a normal movie? How many frames per second? Yeah, 24 frames per second. Okay, or you can go to 30 frames per second or so. So, in our case, we have 1 frame per femtosecond. And the reason why it is needed is because you are doing a numerical integration. The accuracy of numerical integration depends on how well you can integrate, right, a numerical equation. So the thumb rule is that if you have a sine wave, right, if it has a period tau, then tau by 20 is the numerical time step that you should use to simulate, or integrate that curve with with the best accuracy. Okay, you can go up to 50. So smaller the time step, more computing time, because every frame requires solving Schrodinger equation. It's time consuming. So we don't want to have lot of quantum calculations to be done. So we would like our time step to be as large as possible. The best that you can do in a molecular system is 1 femtosecond, because you have vibrations of bonds, right? That decides what is the time step that you can use, because you have to say, I have to model the molecule means what? You have to basically model the vibration of every bond that is there, and the lightest atom is hydrogen. So OH bond has a frequency of, I don't know, I guess it's about 50 femtosecond or so, okay, which means, you divide that by 20, and it's about 2 femtosecond. Yeah? So that's how it comes.
So at higher temperatures, you need to do faster.
Actually, the temperature doesn't change the frequency; it only changes the amplitude. But the stiffness of the bond is going to be. It's really like a harmonic oscillator. So.
I'm sure that all of you will agree it was a wonderful combination of physics, computer science, chemistry, and biology. One of the talks that can be clearly defined as interdisciplinary. And you see the depth of each of the topic with which that was delivered. And one goes deeper as well as you apply them to various systems that are seen around us. We will all once again thank Nishant for his wonderful talk. Small token of appreciation from Resonance Journal. Thank you. Nice talk.
Thank you. I guess we'll have a break now. I thank Professor Mahesh for sharing this session. Then we'll have a small vote of thanks. Thank you so much. So good evening, everybody. As I say, even the weariest river winds somewhat safe to see. So it's a great pleasure to thank whoever has been responsible for all these arrangements, right from here to the academy. I can't, find, I'm not good at such speeches, but nevertheless, I must mention, before I talk about Thiruvananthapuram, that the Academy, Indian Academy of Sciences has been most supportive. And in fact, initially when we mooted this idea, we didn't know where to do this. Outreach programs, the local support has to be very professional and academic, and we should be able to depend on that. Often it has been that people have been enthusiastic, but the program has not been as good. Academic program may be good, arrangements are not good. Arrangements are good, academic program they arrange is not good. So both have to be good. So in that respect, since he is a colleague in the editorial board of our magazine, Resonance Journal, he came forward knowing that there is very little time left. And initially, when we mooted this, proposed this idea, we had an idea about how many days we could have, what kind of program we could have. And has to get approval from the Indian Academy of Sciences. what happens is that initially, after looking at the costs of everything, we thought, okay, 2 days at the most we can have, even with that some caveats. So we were not at all sure. In fact, at a point, I was thinking we might have to cancel everything. And of course, we had all these problems about flights and all that, right? So till the end, we were at tenterhooks, what will happen. Nevertheless, the long and short of it is that IISER Thiruvananthapuram, Professor Mahesh Hariharan came forward very enthusiastically, and we knew that, of course, apart from knowing him as a colleague, also that he has organized many such programs here, not for your kind of crowd, but many other kinds of crowds. And we know that it will be very professional. That's why we had the confidence that somehow we will do it, whether flights work or not, somehow we'll do that. But to add to the, the director came forward and said, okay, we will give this gratis, we don't know how to, that really made it possible to have a longer program of 4 days. And also, a lot of speakers that we contacted, as soon as we said about this program, they were enthusiastic. They responded very positively. It is not most of the people who are good speakers, and you know that all of them are good speakers, they are invited by all the places. So having them at the same time, at same place, it was very difficult. So I think we were being very fortunate, and I'm sure all of you might have enjoyed the whole program. And I just want to say a little bit about this funding. There is also our colleague who is unfortunately not here now, but he could not, he had some other work, is Professor Jasjit Bagla. He contacted, through him we got some corporate funding also. We must thank the corporate funding also. And of course I mentioned Professor Mahesh Hariharan and Professor Murthy also for all the facilities they provided, all the accommodation, food, everything, the whole ambience. And I'm sure most of you will agree that this is one of the most beautiful campuses that you might have seen, okay, wherever, anywhere in India. So let's give them a big hand first. Also, so it's a great pleasure, first of all, to give a memento to Professor Mahesh. This is a pictorial biography of of C.V. Raman. Thank you so much. So another thing is that some of us would perhaps like to say something about this program. Before I go to some of the students, we already had some kind of feedback. So we won't have a prolonged feedback now, but maybe 5-6 students can stand up and if they want to say something. Before that, from our side, from the resonance side, would somebody, yeah.
So right from the day one, I mean, when in various resonance board meeting, we were discussing about organizing this outreach program, and finally, very enthusiastically, Mahesh, took over the charge of organizing the outreach program in IISER Thiruvananthapuram. And it was, from the very outset, it was clear that things will go smoothly. But, the external world is not at the hands of academic world. So the flights were constantly getting cancelled, delayed. And I can give my own example. My flight was delayed by 2.5 hours. And I was constantly sending emails to Mahesh that, look, the flight has been delayed. First 1 hour, then 2 hours. And, imagine, this is only me who was, I'm sure many others were also writing emails to him. So coordinating, and I finally reached, I came out of the airport at 12:30 in the middle of the night. So imagine if there was no cab at that time waiting for me, I would have probably reached this place next day, okay? So these kind of arrangement, you might think, these are not very difficult. The answer is no, because he had already instructed many students to be constantly interacting with members and speakers who are coming to the place, and they're reaching this place should not have any difficulty. These requires enormous amount of work. Anyone who has organized even a small meeting knows how stressful this is. And I, from the core of my heart, I would thank Mahesh for all these. I am sure many others would share my feeling. So thank you, Mahesh.
Just to add that it's not just ordinary phone calls. Very special requirements were made by many people, which half of it I know about, not all of it. So he was very patient, I guess, with all of us, and I don't know how he can probably go to sleep afterward. But someone else, you want to speak something? Want to say something?
Yeah, so this is my first time I attended such a program. I really enjoyed it. I was contacted by Professor Pinaki Majumdar. So he said that you can be there for entire program as well. And I had no doubts. I mean, an outreach event. I expected talks to be so good, and they came out to be better than my expectations. I learned a lot, even though I do physics, but I learned so much from different fields, just like you. So yeah, thank you so much to the entire team for putting this up. This was really awesome. Yeah.
So, of course, the main people are the students who came, and this, as I mentioned in the very beginning, it's a sort of thriving throng of students. My eye is gladdened by looking at you and then interacting with you. I always enjoy that. I'm sure all of you also felt like that. Also, especially Tokir, who was throughout making this photographs and so on. Let's give special hand for him. You want to say anything?
I miss teaching, and thank you for giving back a little bit of that for me for a few days.
Okay, before I hand over to Professor Mahesh, I want to ask the students, maybe a few of you, who can perhaps give some comments if you like, feedback, and maybe the arrangements in ISER and so on. People, especially from outside. Yeah, yes. Can you just stand up, please? And then.
A very good evening to one and all present over here. And I came to Kerala from all the way to Dehradun, which is in Uttarakhand. And this is my first time in Kerala. I don't have words to express how beautiful this state is, how beautiful the campus is, how amazing this program was, and all the thanks goes to Professor Mahesh Hariharan sir. He helped me to book the cab when I came from airport to here, because I know none of other languages other than Hindi and English. And I was thinking that it will be very problematic for me that I don't understand any South Indian languages. How will I communicate with people? The people here are the best, I would say. Actually, I had the stereotype thinking that South Indians don't like North Indians. And even my family, my friends, they were they were tensed for me, how are you gonna manage with all the South Indian people, and you don't even know any language, you don't even know the food. So I made many friends here. They are sitting right with me. Some they are sitting in front. They're also sitting at the back. It's a life-changing moment for me. It helped me I'm totally a different person than I was 4 days ago. Actually, till my class 10th, I always loved physics over chemistry. But now, due to some family suggestions, I switched to chemistry. I'm pursuing chemistry. But after coming here, my love for physics is back. And I wanted, all thanks to Professor Patrick, he gave me an idea that I can go for astrochemistry, which is a very good field, and I had no knowledge about it. So thank you everyone for this wonderful event, and I'm really, really grateful for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Hello, sir. So I actually wrote this for the management team. So ISER Trivandrum and this Resonance Outreach Program is going to be very close to my heart. I have experienced a lot of firsts in this entire journey, from traveling alone, living alone, and networking with such amazing people from all over the country.
I have seen such visible difference in myself. Firstly, I'm from a biology background, second year BSc in biotechnology, and I have developed an interest in mathematics and physics. Like the first talk on first day was of physics. So from hesitating to asking doubts because, well, I'm just a UG student and how do I interact with such scientific personalities, to freely interacting with them without the fear of judgment, getting a lot of reality checks from Professor Mahesh Hariharan, and learning not just about the subjects, but also how to deal with life and pursue something you are so passionate about. It feels like I was lost before I came here, and this program reminded me why I took up science in the first place. So thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. It was a very enriching outreach program, and it really helped me understand that science is not just the thing which we actually study theoretically, but also we need to develop that curiosity, which are the professors, whoever gave the speeches, which they actually the trigger of curiosity is very necessary for fostering research and all. So this is the idea which is really necessary, which I got to know from this outreach program, and it helped me to think out of the box. So to pursue a research, we need to have that out of the box thinking, which is what all these professors are trying to inculcate in us, and that was really a very good opportunity to understand this. Thank you very much, sir.
Hello everyone. I already second all the points put forth by my fellow members, but also I would like to take the time to thank out the speakers, because we had wide ranging of talks, from elementary talks that are introductory to even the most advanced ones. They were all conveyed in very easy and scientific terms. Also the nature of the talks that had everything from how experiments are conducted, hypotheses made, what instruments you should be learning, what methods are there, or also what projects and life fields are going. So we also have an idea of where to apply and how to apply as such. And even the professors that were not from our field would come and guide us. For example, Professor Patrick also gave me a lot of insights. And thanking to Dr. Mahesh also, we requested a last moment lab visit for him, and he organized it pretty immediately after that. So thank you for that.
Okay, one more person.
Good evening, everyone. So first of all, a big thanks to the organization for giving us an opportunity to be the part of this session. So we are 7 of us from Providence Women's College under the University of Calicut. So it was a great exposure to us, and we were able to learn a lot of things. So thanks to IISc and to IISER Trivandrum. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to express my grateful to the Resonance Journal and the IISER-TVM. Special thanks to the Professor Mahesh to guiding us, and thanks to all professors and for the lectures and all, for our wonderful facilities and all. Thank you so much.
All of you said something about learning science, but what about learning history? I think. Maybe learning other languages? Some Malayalam? I think you picked up a couple of words. No. dishes, mean curry type of. Okay, very nice. So, anybody else? Yeah, I just want to.
Yeah. So I think another organization that has to be thanked is that Suri and his team. Suri is the chief of the editorial board Resonance. Suri and his team, namely Pushpa and Geeta, they have been assisting at every point. And I know Suri from 1982, and whether it is sports arena or literature arena, but as a editorial board chief, the way he has been organizing various activities without raising his voice, but gently guiding people into positive things get done, that is something remarkable. He never throws his weight around. And I'm sure all the members of the editorial board will agree with me, but still, he gets everything done. Make no mistake. So that is an art which is very difficult. So I thank Suri as well as Pushpa and Geeta for taking up all many other things.
Thank you, actually. So, not being audible is not throwing your way. In fact, I am always accused of mumbling, so I hope. So I think this is team of Pushpa and Geeta is really, they're working, sort of part-time, and then they're doing lots. You saw the lady Pushpa, she was the one who was displaying and the membership and all she's taking. She had to leave early because personal reasons, but they have been very good. So I think now that we have had some kind of a thing, I hope what I'm planning to do is hopefully we'll set up some kind of Google form on the website we might put up, and you can, when you think about this program later when you go back, then you can give some feedback. That will be more faithful. Right now you're very romantic about this, right? So I think let it sink in. After that say, oh, theek hai, what did I gain really much? Some good friends, it's okay. Maybe some good food and anyway, so thank you for coming, and I'll first pass it on to Professor Mahesh.
Thank you, Professor Suri. I'll try to limit it within 7 to 8 minutes, and we will end at 4:30 if possible. All good things come to an end, and so is this workshop that we'll have to say goodbye. And very nice set of memories that a lot of students could come from all over the country. As it was mentioned here that I have done a lot, actually my role here is to clearly partition and say who did what. Until you all reached here, I had basically nothing to do. It was wonderfully handled by Professor Suri and the team of the editorial board of Resonance, floated this advertisement and then had all the applications received, sorted out, and you were all selected and communicated to you that you arrive here on so and so date. Yeah. The real organizational thing started from Friday night, and at any cost we wanted to have this program here. So whenever Professor Suri and team were asking whether you would like to do it on this date, that date, I was only simply replying that any date is fine, yeah, without even thinking whether these dates are logistically okay or like we would be able to do things in a professional manner. All to realize that when you all arrived, it was a Friday night and it was Saturday morning we are starting the program. Yeah, to be frank and honest here, any central institute in the country, Saturdays and Sundays are holidays for the non-teaching staff. Yeah, so on a given Monday morning till Friday evening, it is easy for me. Like I make a request to anyone, they will all participate. But it gives little bit disappointing feeling that I bother them on a weekend. So I just simply asked few of the colleagues, can you come over? And you must realize that they were so enthusiastic. They said that it is for 200 students, we will all come here. and doesn't have, you don't have to worry, and then we will be around. Yeah. So I'll thank few of them as I progress along the line. The first is Lakshmi Devi L, who probably would be around here. As always, she runs around and get many things done. Yeah. And she has been source of support not just for this program. We have done several of this in the past, and in all the cases we keep learning more and more. We are yet to get there in terms of our professional handling the things, and then more organized structure and things like that. As I said, this weekend plus hitting more towards the holiday season was giving little bit of problems for us. Had it been 10th to 14th of December or something, slightly more leverage we have in doing things, but then nevertheless it went off well. Yeah, this is one organizational aspect, but then I missed telling another thing. Probably over last 10 years we have conducted several such programs, and we were trying to bring the speakers with this widespread. I wish I really knew this team of Resonance editorial board members. I could have just contacted and asked them, like, will you please come over here? And sure, here after this will happen, and not just for this event, but in the future also you will all like to come here and enlighten the students from different levels. Let it be +1, +2 that we conduct for the students and teachers, or at times for the BSc teachers and students and MSc teachers and students, and these are the 6 different programs that we periodically conduct at ISET-TVM. Now that said, there is another strength that I have is somebody called Santosh, whom you would have seen around here. He pretty much takes care of the entire thing with respect to food, dealing with our own student mess. So pretty much the rates for the meals are very low here, because our students run the mess, and it's a student run canteen that we have. And during December's and May, June, July, if we request the student mess, they are willing to do the catering for such large cohort that we receive. The only issue is that it gets a little bit spicy, and to the liking to the students, the food will be made. But in general, they are hygiene, and then it is all done with great care. So let me thank both Santosh as well as our catering section for having done a wonderful job across all the 4 days. Yeah, apart from that, I mean, Professor Murthy, who is our director, has made our life easier after taking up the leadership role here. Pretty much all that is required for academic activities are put in place. So honestly speaking, like, I don't have to really worry about when we really take the responsibility of having a program like this. As you see, we just have to come in the morning, turn on the audio, video. It has all perfect accessories associated with it. You bring any sort of laptop or any pointer, any issues, probably it will take care of here. So, and we have wonderful technical support to begin with. On Saturday and Sunday, pretty much whole day, we had Vijesh, who is not around here, and Vivek. 2 of them were setting up the entire thing, followed by Regin and Anish, who are here for the next couple of days. And without much of technical interruptions, we really could manage all the talks be handled on time. So this is really wonderful that we have. We also have good service support from our institute, where whenever required, even on weekends, they come for cleaning and then keep the premises very hygiene, and then get going with it. Apart from that, there are about 8 to 10 students that I took help, which was also challenging on Saturday and Sunday, because we tend not to bother them on their weekends and ask them for doing a lot of work. At times they may feel that they are doing PhD and we are demanding a lot of work from them, though they come forward and do a lot of volunteering services. And at some point in time, I really had to take their help. But 2 of them are fantastic, and you probably would not have seen them. They are somewhere in the campus, and then one is now traveling to home, but then we'll make sure that all your vehicles are arranged. Yeah, this is Jibin Shivanarayan and Tamilarasan, and both of them are my PhD students. And anytime I seek help from them, they are the ones who are working. So Professor Patrick Dasgupta told that in the night, whenever it was delayed, and then he got the taxi, I have not done anything except for reading the mails. Yeah, they are the ones who were really doing it. I forward that, of course, and then they make sure that they take care of the things. I have wonderful students and colleagues who keep helping all the time at call, and this is something that you are blessed with when you work in a place like this, that you can always ask their help and they come into your rescue. And then there are about 8 BSMS students from our institute. I was initially thinking that I'll seek help from 2 BSc Physics students, 2 Mathematics, 2 Biology, and 2 Chemistry, so that you get connect with all of them. But there were some logistic issue again. Most of them are in vacation and have gone home, so I could not get. So I have a large number of group members, about 30 to 40 in my group. So 8 of them volunteered that they would come forward and help, and 8 of them are chemistry BSMS students. So be in touch with them, get their phone number before leaving, ask how are the exams that are national exams that are available, how do you prepare, and things like that. They'll be really helpful. If not them, they will connect you with who can help you. What we have seen over time, such volunteers make longer connect with the students than some of the faculty members. We come, lecture, and then go. You may have a fear even writing a mail to us, or even making a phone call or things like that. Do not worry about it. All the faculty members are accessible. Just shoot a mail, or take the phone number and bother them. Yeah, they are there to help you for your necessary advices and things like that. Yeah, that said, pretty much I have thanked all the people who have contributed. If I have missed, it is not intentional, but then none of these things will happen without the support of various people. Yeah, let it be the campus that we have over a period of 17 years, built by several people who have made this wonderful hall, and then the acoustics and things like that. And there are, I'm really thankful to Professor Jasjeet Bagla, that there was at some point in time, we felt that the program will not be longer. He came forward and graciously supported by telling that no, it has to be for 4 days. Yeah, we all benefited those 4 days of lectures. I personally attended pretty much all the talks except for 1 or 2 where I had to go for something outside, but otherwise it was fantastic. I'm also going to take 1 certificate of participation that I have attended as a student for this program. I'm sure that you will all remember this program forever, and as a batch of Resonance Outreach Program 2025, stay together as a family and keep us posted about whatever that you are doing. We would love to hear from you. Yeah, with this short words of vote of thanks, let me now give back to Professor.
Thank you. Thank you. Just before leaving, I thought I should tell you, I forgot to say one thing. A lot of people have been asking how to contact the speakers and so on. So some of us you can contact, and we can give our emails if they don't mind, and you can be in touch with them. That way you will have, even if, suppose you ask me something about a neurobiologist, I don't know, then I can try to get some friend who is a neurobiologist, and you can be in touch with such a person. So this I forgot. You can contact any of us and get our emails. Okay, that's one thing. And finally, I think we should give one big hand finally to.
Most of it goes there, and we'll be happy to do this again every year or every other year, whatever it is. Please feel free to contact us and inform your juniors that there will be always a place that will take care of some of your interests. Yeah.
Thank you. See you later. Goodbye.
Please stay back. Yeah, sir. was a logo. Our first director made it as a competition to all the students, and the student came up with this. That has pretty much everything, the spirit of resonance as well as spirit of science education. If you see, it starts with a pi, and then it goes as an infinity, and it has a double-stranded DNA. And you can make out anything else from scientific things, all are present. Mobius strip. Mobius strip, yes. And it was designed by a set of students, and it turned out to be a very nice logo that we really liked it. And each of you are now sitting with your head on, is in the same logo.